Okay, are we back in service? We just had a momentary disconnection. Thank you for letting me know. I'm glad that the chat actually remained alive for that, which is not always the case. So thanks for sticking around when everybody got kicked. And we'll watch out for that in case it happens again. Yeah, it was not something like home internet on my end that time, because usually when that happens I can tell from the chat going dead at the same time as well, and then I have to fumble around with mobile data to get back to the chat and let everybody know what's going on, and it's always a bit of a nightmare. But as far as interruptions go, that was only partly bad. So, welcome back, everyone. And welcome 1K-Man. Whoops. Complete miss. And that's okay, we'll start this level over anyhow. Whoops, yeah, nearly hit my head on that guy. And we'll just slip back down. Cycle over. Yep, just have little threats to play around that do require you to be not too reckless. And yeah, oh, I shouldn't have glanced over a chat in that precise moment. No, they're not too frustrating. I think that it's fine to kind of play around them in this kind of context where you are dodging occasional hazards, but you have plenty of flexibility in terms of whether you want to approach it fast or slow. And of course the ice has a way of keeping you on your toes as well, so I think it's fine. For something that's kind of back and forth, it has a pretty interesting layout. One thing that I noticed as well is notice how, even though you're going through subworlds when you go through the pipes, that the pipes maintain this illusion of connectedness when you go into the interior and exterior. That it is one of those levels that tries to take Subworld 1 and 2 and stitch them together in a way that makes spatial sense, and that's something that I always like noticing. It's always fun to pick up on that. Because as far as a traditional level goes, it goes a long way to creating a very coherent sense of space and a sense of place. And that's something that was very much the case in a lot of SMB3 originally as well. Like when you go through pipes down to caverns and down to water in SMB3, that there is this kind of implied geography to the whole level. And that's something I can definitely see we're trying to do here. And back in the cavern. And we hit a checkpoint. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of like a stage illusion, right? So you don't really need to copy and paste the whole thing, just the parts that you see on camera. Particularly because some of the orientation will change anyway, but I can definitely see how when you have this much precise attention to the aesthetics, that it's something that would take a lot of work to replicate. I mean, you could take a screenshot and just look at the screenshot externally for reference, I guess. And yeah, we're going to go through this and just watch as we come out the other side of this pipe, and it's going to match. So yeah, Bazdanala, welcome back. I'm glad you also survived the disconnection. Okay. I think this might Yeah, it's going to connect me down, and you can see we already got a preview of how the pipe on the right side is going to take us close to the goal screen. Okay. Takes a while to see this platform. I think visibility-wise it's a little bit challenging, but I see that I'm supposed to just traverse the lower level and take one platform at a time. Right? Or, yeah, close enough. Yeah, just go one platform at a time. Get a chance to preview that. Okay, whoops. And that will take me up. Yeah, Aeolian, I do know that it's sort of been the running joke since the Maker 1 videos that Steve has it out for Hammer Brothers, but that is something where I like. I don't know how much of that is a very serious grudge and how much of it is a running joke. I mean, it obviously is a running joke, but it may also, at this point, just be a very serious grudge. Thank you for the follow. Merlin, any complaints? Nothing overly specific. I think the last part with the platforms took me a moment to read just initially, in that I was dropping down and I couldn't quite see where I was going in terms of the floor, right? But so sometimes there are just some camera things like that where I can't necessarily see what I'm headed into, like the Goomba that's on top of the tree very early on that I nearly bumped my head against. Just little things like that, but otherwise I think it's in very good shape. I think that the aesthetic concept of what I was talking about, stitching together the world and subworld, is something that comes through very strongly in this one, and is one that kind of foreshadows where you're going to go into level before you actually see it, as with the final pipes that take you to the end screen. So, yeah, I like this one a lot. Okay, Bastinaller, you are next. And yeah, just making sure my connection is still holding. Okay. The lock puzzle, one screen. And you cracked the code. Pissed cha-ching. A lot of attempts on this, very few clears. So, I'll let you know in advance. So I'm going to make a good effort at this, I hope. It looks very dense, but I'll make an effort at this. If we are kind of progressing, but I'm not able to do it within the space of, say, half an hour or so, we will take it to the overflow stream that we typically run on weekends when I finish some of the longer puzzles that we couldn't necessarily get done on viewer levels. But let's see what we can do with this. For a puzzle, that is a scary clear rate, because puzzles usually don't have a lot that enforce death. But it seems like it's one of those things like defusing a bomb, where there are a lot of things that can kill you and which can go wrong. But hopefully there's nothing here that's really serious as an execution check, and that these are just failure conditions. You know, like a lot of self-inflicted deaths. So what do we see here? We see a lot of on-off switches. We see a P door spot on the right side of where I'm standing that would of course imply a P-switch. I don't see a P-switch, but I also see blasters that are completely blocked right now, and I don't know what the blasters would spawn. We can kind of work backwards here and see whether we should be thinking in terms of taking the upper route to the goal or the lower route. The upper route would almost certainly require a star. Or just a damage boost in general. Like you could have a mushroom, take a damage boost, and run across while the on-off state is set to off. This guy, don't know what he does. Nothing. Okay. How many tiles high is this? This is 3 tiles high. Means that popping this would allow me to go up through here. Let's see what this spawns, first of all. Okay. And I don't want to get crushed by this. So I'm kind of wary of hitting it with my head right at this moment, because I feel like I would get crushed. The door is accessible by way of presumably 2 pink coins, but the second one is kind of buried in that lower spot that we see there, and so I don't know if that is actually going to be relevant. And it's not that hard. You gave a hint. Hint is like Cha-ching. Well, obviously I didn't want to hit that. Okay, that takes everything out. Let's see. We are on the top of the screen over here. Whoops. Locked in a corner up there. And yeah, Merlin, feel free to resubmit. Don't worry too much about hogging the queue. We've got plenty of submissions to go through. Okay, let's see what's in that question block. We're still kind of doing some initial level research. That's where the P-switch is located. P-switch is going to be something that we'll want to use in order to access that bomb. In order to access that bomb, we will probably want some kind of fire. Now, here's the thing about this. I don't know how to lower this guy, because I mean, that has a couple of obvious issues in terms of just dropping the stack on you. Ah, yes, there we go. Did not want to drop him, but damage boost will do the trick. However, we needed the state to be set to on in order for the bombs to blow up that passage. So, I think I needed to wrap around while the bombs were ignited and then hit this. Let's do it. Also notable is that if we manage to get the POW back down, the POW would get me through this door here. I don't know which door this one is matched to, whether it's the one all the way on the right or if it's the one in the middle, but we can test that as we go. Yeah, we'll need a mushroom. Whoops. Gonna take damage to light up the night after we grab the P-switch. Nope. Hang on. Okay, take damage, release the fire, head back downstairs, hit the on-off from below. Gotta be quick. And it's not going to be it, actually, because I need to respawn the bombs. Yes, this is what's going on. I have broken those blocks, which means that the next time I come through this door, if I use this door as a reset, then what happens is that I will have access to the middle segment here. Problem currently being that I have already popped the P-switch out of the question block. But let me just see how the door is matched. This is going to be, once again, just a tiny bit of research. Whoops. Nope. Hang on. Well, let's see where this door is matched, actually. Okay. Okay, that's just a quick reset. Yeah. Alright. Have a better idea of the sequence now. Here's what's going to happen. We're going to set this on fire. That's going to break. And then I'm going to... Let's see. Yeah, in order to do that upper reset door, I need to be here when the switch is on. Actually, no, I don't, because I would be locked into the top segment. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to grab the POW. I'm going to set it gently down. I'll need to just hit. I set it very gently down, like this. And then I'm going to go through this door and reset the bombs. Actually, no, because the bomb would fall right through. I don't want to do that. Okay, here's the issue that I'm running into right now. If I use the reset door, then the bomb falls directly through because the current state is off. If I use the reset door while the switch is on, however, I am going to be trapped on the top side. And so this is going to be something to puzzle out. I'll have to think about this. But that's okay, because I can just come back down. Yeah. I can just come back through that door. It's not a big deal. So let's go through here. Bombs are going to drop. Once again, we light them up. But it's possible that lighting them up will... well, we'll take a look at the trajectory and see how that goes. Okay, the one on the right is going to blow up. And, yes, it's going to activate the switch for me, which is convenient. Except that... now we still have to blow up the spot to the left. Let me see how I'm going to do that. Okay. Whoops. Did not mean to hit that. That's okay, we can use the reset door. Or no, I can't now. Okay. Yeah, I can see where the low clear rate is coming from, because there are a couple of things where if you reach a certain states, there are a lot of fail states all over this one. But let's just try to do it. Same kind of sequence as before. I will drop this first of all. I feel like I do eventually want to drop the red blaster in order for it to hit the bomb on the left once the bomb on the left is in a lower position. The other thing that can be done is that if I get up here with the state set to on, I can drop through the donut blocks. And if I drop through the donut blocks, that might be the thing I need. I would need to do it with a mushroom such that I keep my head above the one-way panels on my way down. Whoops. But I think I have a general idea. I need to not hit my head on this POW. There we go. Yeah, just a few slightly fuzzy execution things like that. But I think we can do it. So yeah, come through here. Drop the bomb again. It's not necessarily hard, it's just that there are a lot of elements to read and a lot of things that I haven't clued in on yet, but that's why with levels like these, you really have to put them together piece by piece. I really needed to use that damage boost just now, and so that was a mistake. But let's take this guy then. And that's going to peel off. Okay. No, I just needed to execute this properly. Hang on. Okay, gonna grab the mushroom. Going to take damage. Pop this. Fire the bombs. Grab the POW. Yeah, it definitely has a lot more damage output, shall we say, than the typical one screen. So you do have to be somewhat careful. Come through here. Next thing I will do is light up the bombs. I think one thing that I can do instead of lighting up the bombs is to go down. I don't need to work my way back up because the bomb on the left, once it activates, it's going to hit the on-off switch, and that is going to probably lock me in. So why don't I just drop this for a moment. Here's what's going to happen. Yeah. Whoops, I got trapped. Okay, never mind. Okay, no, I thought that if I maintained 2 tiles of height as Mario, that I would be able to pop back up, but I guess not. Let me try that one more time just to be absolutely sure. Because that was not how I thought it would work. Like, I thought I would be able to keep my head above the one-way. But I guess maybe if you bounce, it reads that as being condensed on one tile. But the fact that I don't know that for sure tells me that I need to check it one more time just to see if it works in the way I would like. Okay. But ultimately, the steps that we're looking for is I do want to break open the hard blocks piece by piece in order to make my way over. Okay. Now. So yeah, I guess maybe I'm not able to just get a bounce on this after all, but what if I drop the POW on top of one of those guys? Like, wouldn't it just bounce directly on top? Like if I... Yeah, it would just bounce. Okay. Let's reset this quickly. Whoops. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate, I think, whenever you have like just damage issues spoiling an attempt. That's the only thing. I think when it comes to puzzles, that's why, you know, with puzzles you usually see a deceptively high clear percentage rather than a deceptively low one. It's because, you know, nobody wants to lose attempts to turning the wrong corner when you're trying to solve the thing. But anyway, the bombs dropped through. I need to keep track of which attempt I'm actually on. Let's grab the POW once again to just do that reset sequence. Yeah. Okay, take damage. And what do we got here? Drop this. Drop this. Okay, why don't I try breaking open the right side? It feels like eventually I actually want to grab a bomb. Grab a bomb and go through a door. And I say that because if you see up here with the burners, it looks like the burners are supposed to light up a bomb. A bomb goes to the left. Bomb sits here. And blows up the hard block underneath the red blaster. And the issue, of course, is that if you are picking up a bomb in the first place, then it already is lit up, and you don't actually need the burners to do that. So maybe the burners are mostly there just to prevent you from doing anything with the pink coin. Anyway, let me fulfill that request for Luigi. That will kick in with the next attempt. Or for Green Mario, as it were. I know, I was thinking at Tokamak about trying that I do have access to the bomb on the right, and to the door that comes after that. I have been considering that. I don't really have a specific thing I want to do with that yet. I think I actually want to take the POW through, if anything. Because then I can get something like a double POW hit on the Thwomps. Now, why I would do that, I'm not really sure when I don't see how that would let me access the second of the 2 pink coins. But we can do something like that. Like, drop in through here. Come through here. Okay, what's the trick? There's got to be a trick. Yeah, I thought that there was something there. It wasn't one-way panels because they would take over a 2x2 space, but I thought there was probably some kind of underlap. Anyway, Luigi's going to take a crack at this. He knows the score, he knows what's going on. Let's light all that up. Yeah, so the bottom passage is mostly relevant because it gives you a trampoline. The fact that it gives you a trampoline is interesting because it tells me how I could potentially access the red key door once I have the key. Because once I have the key, I can put an object on top of the trampoline, such as the POW, for instance. And if the POW is on top of the trampoline, then I have a platform that allows me to enter the red key door that is in the center column. So we know how to have access to a trampoline, and that's an important development. Alternatively, you're not supposed to do that because... actually, no, you probably are supposed to do that because you would want, for example, to set up a trampoline. That's going to be curious, because the P-door is linked to the right side of the Munchers. It's kind of like you're supposed to go through the P-door, go through the Munchers with the POW, and then fall into the red door, assuming you have something to stand on. But then the question is, how do you retain access to both the trampoline and the POW through the door, unless there is something going on with some item that we haven't seen yet. And Doodle, thank you for the submission of Koopa Chaos. Okay. So let's try to do the bomb sequence again, just to see if anything changes after the second bomb detonation. We haven't really looked at that properly. Okay, drop the POW. I'm going to go through, it's going to light up the second bomb if I take the spot over here. Issue is that when the bombs light up, I have to deal with the on-off switch. But that's okay, because when the on-off switch is activated by the bombs, the blaster on the left side will drop, so I'm not worried about that. Yeah, because that's going to hit on-off. Let's watch. Activate, and that drops. And I'm kind of back to where I was before, except now I have blown up the second round of bombs. And having done that, I can now come back and reset one more time to see what's going on with the left side stack, because both bombs are going to spawn. It's just a matter of where they get trapped. For example, I come through here. Okay, so you see what's going on now is that now I have a solution for breaking open the blocks on the left side, which is that I should be able to light up that bomb on the right and throw it. Yeah. Actually, let's do it. Let's do it. I probably don't want the POW with me right this moment. Okay, that's going to blow up. And it is going to create that issue here, but if I'm careful, I should be able to go over. I'm not careful. But anyway, that is progress, because it gives us access to P-Door. P-Door gives us access to the Muncher segment. That's probably not something I want yet, until I have some kind of access to the keys. Currently, the unsolved problem is what to do with the keys. What to do with the red coins. Because the thing is, I understand how to get everything. I know how to get the P-switch, I know how to get the spring, I know how to get access to the P-Door, which gives me access to the munchers up top. Nothing here yet appears to be holding something like a key, like an alternate key. That is, you know, different from the one I want. Also, haven't figured out yet what to do. Whoops. Oh, also, I can reset safely here. I just need to hang left when I come out. Okay, hadn't thought about that. That is not actually going to kill me. Yeah, so currently the obstacle is how do I get the second pink coin. This pink coin above my head is actually pretty easy. What I would do is I would grab the spiny and I would be able to run across the top with it and take damage, and I would still survive. One more thing that we haven't checked is we don't know if there would be any spawn blocking from the spiny hat destroying either the top two yellow bricks or the question block here. So those are the things that the spiny hat is actually able to destroy. I don't know if they would be concealing anything else. Same with the spot on the left over here. So let me just run through this whole sequence again just to get over to the P-Door. See if that reveals anything. Merlin, thank you for the submission. Okay, come down here. We'll redo this. We'll redo this. Okay. And I can just hang left out of this. I don't need to do any really complicated sequence. But what I can do is I can grab... Oh, okay, no, I want to grab the POW first anyway, but that gives me a little bit of a buffer since I have the mushroom going. Yeah, so here's what's going to happen. No, that's not what I wanted. Hang on. Let's reset. Okay. Let's grab the POW. Drop. Yeah, I never really liked precision corners like that. I'm sure that's enforcing something with the puzzle lock, but... It's entirely possible that I'm just overthinking this whole thing and I need to read the description on the main screen again. So... Merlin, this is probably your last submission for today, that's fine. Okay, so let's pop this. Let's soft drop this time. Weave through here. Now, as you can see with the vines here, Clearly there is stuff that is built on the upper level. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Except I'm bumping my head against the ceiling. Okay. Just a moment. I'm going to take a look at the preview screen. Just to read the description once again. Can you crack the code? Just to Ching. 5 minute 25. And there is a hint room. We haven't gone through the P-door yet, and it's quite possible. So you can see that there's a hint room that's buried on the upper layer, and that something leads there. It's quite possible that the one door that we haven't tried yet, which is the P-door, doesn't actually link to the P's that are by the munchers, but links to something in the hint room. So yeah, Baznalar, we're unlikely to finish this in one sitting, but you are welcome to resubmit, and I may continue this on a weekend stream as well when we kind of do a puzzle cleanup, if I have not solved it by then, but you are welcome to resubmit to this stream as well, if you're able to stay for a continuation. But we'll try to achieve one goal here, which is to get through the P-door, since we know how to do that. And we know that there is a hint room up top, it's just that I don't know how to get to it. Because you can see that the camera is entirely locked by custom scroll. That was the thing I wanted to observe earlier when I was drawing attention to the way that the vines were set up on the top row of the screen. That's how you know there's no implicit scroll lock that is on the top row, and that the scroll lock is being enforced by a scrolling mechanism instead, like a left or right scrolling mechanism. And of course the right side is just a screen boundary because the whole thing is only built one screen wide. So let's try to get up to the POW. Reset my way through. Okay. Okay, pop in. What do we got here? We've got same thing. Let's activate this. Okay. Same idea. Grab the mushroom. Drop this. Pop over. And I don't think I want the POW, I do want the bomb. In fact, I want the POW to be in a location where I can retrieve it later. Yeah, not too fond of the locking above the clouds, by the way, if you do have Big Mario. That's a bit of a vulnerability in this level here. Whoops, let's get out of the way. And once again, I'm big, and that actually might create some issues here. Yeah, it's kind of too bad when you see execution mistakes like that, but... Then I think, you know, usually when I'm doing puzzles, I don't want to be thinking too hard about execution in one-tile-wide stuff like that. But same with the burners that come up here. It's okay. We'll try to get through it. One thing I could do is take the P-switch with me, such that I only need to make it through the first block. Maybe. Maybe. I'm thinking about that, because I think that might cause issues with the P-switch colliding with the bomb. Okay, let's come back up again, pop this. Okay, that's gonna blow up. And I suppose I should be staying small. But we'll do another bomb reset. And this time I'll fall in. Yeah, I should have considered taking the P-switch with me, but it's okay. It's easy to retrieve if we... I just come back down. Let me just try to fall in a little more accurately. There we go. Okay. There we go. At long last. Let's grab the P. And head back down here. And we'll see whether the P door actually connects to the top right or not. Or if it takes us up to the hint room. Oh, there's kind of a down scroll. Ah, yes, because of the... Okay. But if you go through the P door like that, it gives you access to the bomb. That you can now take a bomb with you. No. That's important. It shoots you in the face, but it is important. It does change things just a bit, because we now know how we can have access to a bomb. Just by... Well, I mean, that was going to be the case anyway, because once we broke everything here, we're able to reset. But anyway, we now know how the P doors are matched. I think this is a good time to take a breather from this one. But... Yeah, Basnaller, you are very welcome to resubmit this one, and we'll try to continue and crack it. And I'll definitely jot down a code for, like, regardless of whether you are able to show up, we'll try to put it into the puzzle catch-up for things that we haven't solved when I look at it this weekend. So thank you for now. We'll mark it as a loss for the time being, or just as a soft remove. And yeah, you're quite welcome to bring that one back. I think we made a decent amount of progress. Like, I managed to map out a lot of what was going on knowledge-wise. The major obstacle being that I don't know, A, how to reach the hint room, and B, what to do with the hint coin and key that is on the right side. It's kind of like they're almost just there as a visual clue that you're not supposed to obtain them, perhaps, but that something is manipulated by going for that first coin, and the actual key might be buried somewhere else. So that's something I'll have to think about. Is we'll need to map out a route to the hint room. We'll need to map out a way to get through the key door. You know, in terms of creating a platform that allows us to get up on it, probably using the trampoline in some fashion. Like trampoline plus power or something. So those are the unsolved problems right now. Well, yeah, thank you for submitting that. Hint room might be to the upper right. Yeah, we'll think about that when I look at it the next time. Because I did take the P door up, but I didn't really get a good look at what we could see when I went through the P door and when we could see the screen scrolling downwards. Which is, once again, how the scroll lock is enforced. It would be with a custom scroll going down, I guess. So, yeah, I didn't get a good look at what that revealed. So it makes sense to save that for a different session. So let's take a look at the next, which is going to be Grakowski. Hint room is something that you need to zoom in on. I don't know, because I think that even with a zoom, that is low resolution enough that I don't think you can actually discern any meaningful information from that. But on the other hand, the word hint is very visible from that screen, so who knows. I don't currently have my zoom enabled on the Switch, but that's something to keep in mind, given how much is often done with preview screen shenanigans. when it comes to levels like that. But here's a Yoshi Between Worlds, a much beloved 2-screen puzzle with a much higher clear rate and much fewer spikes, at least on the main screen. Let's see how it goes. Reach the goal while riding Yoshi. Okay, so we see Yoshi, we see the goal, and a pipe. I think the idea is that I need to go through the pipe first to do something on the second screen. And it's going to be upside down, okay. So we don't have the height to get through here. So I'll need to keep track of which Yoshi is which. I think that's going to be important. Also, I love the matching of the arrow with the other side. That's a neat little effect. Well, we came down here, we hit the switch. Yoshi is now trapped, but then... that's okay, because... it seems like you can probably get within range to grab one Yoshi egg with the other Yoshi, to be honest. But then that would require me to, well, be able to get back over, first of all, but let's try it. It might be a crouch and tongue. Crouch and tongue might have range. There are subtle differences in range depending on how you are shooting with Yoshi's tongue. Okay, I guess not. Okay, so we got access to 2 Yoshis. We do not have access to the on-off switch that is on that side. This kind of gives me a clue, though, which is to come back around here. And yeah, okay, so this is the same layout except with anti-gravity, as you can see, and with a swapped on-off state. So I should be thinking about this as a gravity change. And what does that do for me? That's something important to think about. Let's try to get through here. Oh, interesting. I may actually be stuck on this attempt because of what I did. We'll see if there are any other clues that I might have to keep in mind. Or anything to do with the matching of the goal screen. Let's start over. Okay, so you progress through here. I'm going to do the anti-gravity thing, which begins an on state. Drop this guy. And yeah, I can take him across, but then I don't know what else I can do with that afterwards, because I don't have tongue range. Yeah, I thought I would be able to swallow it from this side, but I guess not. What I can do... claim this guy... Interesting that there is a panel here. I see, it's just a ground block. Yep. that's obstructing that side of the gate. So this is the only location that I can land on. So I need to think about how I can get a Yoshi through here while the switch is off. Or do some other kind of manipulation. I was really hoping the egg strategy would work out, but so far that's the only way I've found to get both Yoshis onto the same screen. Because obviously we are riding the same guy. I kind of wonder if there's a way that we can do a swap. Yeah. I mean, it's simple enough that it feels like it's something that we can just kind of do, you know, through logic. It might be something that is dependent on a very specific thing that I need to know about how Yoshi works, or it is just dependent on figuring out how to get some kind of 2 Yoshi spawn, or... Let me think about this, because I believe that if I just jump out of here... Yeah, I wouldn't be able to come back with the on the state, though. So, for example, if I... Like, I would not be able to go back up. That might be the kind of thinking that we need to apply to kind of get Yoshi in a specific location. And then manipulate him afterwards. You have an on-off switch to the left here. And Aeolian, if you have to go, yeah, that's fine. Hope you can be back for more of the world continuation. Yeah, it's something that will probably hit me. I need to think about the fact that you have a Yoshi that's assigned to each world. You have an egg, therefore, that's assigned to each world, such that if you took this Yoshi into World 1, for instance, you get both of them spawning. If you take the first Yoshi into this world, you get both of them spawning, and indeed, one of them falling out as soon as you hit this switch. This is the kind of significant difference that was seen between the two sides so far, is access to that specific on-off. However, if I manage to get a hold of Yoshi on the other side, when the switch is set to off, then I can do a jump off Yoshi's back and toggle the switch by coming through here on the other side. So let me see if I can explain that. So yeah, if I eventually have Yoshi over here... Ah, you know, I think I get it. Maybe. Am I able to take the other Yoshi here when I have to switch to off? That's the thing that I need to know, because that's the thing I'll need to find out, rather. Because if I'm able to do so, let's say I come back here with the Subworld Yoshi. I'm back here with Subworld Yoshi, I hit the switch, I release this Yoshi. Then... Yeah, because if you come up here with the state set off, it's obstructing the gate, right? Okay. Okay, this is interesting. I need to think about what else is potentially manipulated by the anti-gravity. You basically have two things. First of all, the platforming element to the right, and secondly, your ability to activate the switch on either side. Yeah, you come through here, you spawn this guy. Drop him. There's some way I can get him upstairs and yet recover my position. Like coming back up. That's the thing I don't know yet. This is curious. Yeah, I really thought that doing something like snagging the other Yoshi egg would be the flash of insight, because it's the only thing I have to interact with. But seeing as how that's wrong, then you pretty much have ground tiles all the way up here. I think the arrow sign is probably just there to match the other arrow sign, but I don't know that for a fact. Okay, nothing to manipulate over here. Nothing really to manipulate with this cycle here. Although I'm thinking, of course, about how I could do something like cycling through the one-way panel once I get back to the other side. Very strange. Well, I'm able to get over and I'm able to obtain this guy. That doesn't really do anything for me. So I'm thinking mostly in terms of, you know, whether there would be anything that I can swallow or sneak through. World record of 27 seconds tells you it's not super simple. Yeah. That there is some kind of sequence to this. And that it might be something that is an obscurity about how Yoshi works, which is something I need to think about. Like whether there is something going on with the way that he can clip through surfaces, or some other thing that I just don't know about. But it seems like the winning condition should kind of take the shape of being able to take this Yoshi over while this is set to blue. And you jump over, like imagine that this is all off, you jump over, and then you kind of do this swapping loop using the on-off switch, right? Like the way I'm thinking about it is that the main problem I should be trying to solve is how to get Yoshi up here. And if I manage to fix that, if I manage to get both myself and Yoshi up here, rather, then something might come together. It might also be something to do with the push. And by the push, I mean this. I don't know if anything can be done with the push, actually, but that there's a whole bunch of Yoshi manipulation that might be possible, but I'm not sure how that would do anything for me, you know, in the way that they're contained by the on-off on either side, so. I mean, it seems like I've looked at everything I need to look at visually. So we can come back here with the off state. That's something I know I can do. But does that change anything apart from seemingly locking me in? Because I don't see that it does. But if I return to this room in the off state, egg drops immediately. Okay. As expected. Oh, Bastinolier, you got it already? Congratulations. Yeah, it looks like one of those things where, like, if I'm just finding the missing step, then it might come together quickly. Yeah, I got Yoshi over here. The equivalent of the goal isn't really doing anything for me here. If I'm able to get any kind of timed activation on the on-off, that would do something, but we have no sign of anything like a bomb that we can manipulate. Yeah, it looks like it's something that would be very interesting to figure out, but so far I'm not really seeing what I haven't tried. Because I've been thinking about the egg. I do know that if I were able to come through here, maybe that would do something for me. Do I want a hint? Not yet, not yet. Maybe soon, given how much stumbling back and forth I've been doing, but... Do I like bacon with my eggs? That's a good question. The answer is yes. I'll take that as... And it wasn't as complicated as expected. Yeah, no, I don't think it's complicated either. It's like, you have so few elements that you can actually work with. What can be done, by the way, is that... One thing I haven't worked with is that the egg, when it falls down, is actually killable. I don't know why on earth I would want to do that. It might be based on something like an entity trick where... Well, let's see, because if I come down here... Yeah, I was trying to kill him. But I can do it, too. Whoops. I cannot stand the dismount sometimes in Maker 2. Okay. Curious. I'm gonna do one thing. I'm going to see if... Okay, no, that's a pretty simple layout, at least here in the main world. Can't tell anything about Subworld. No, I was just kind of seeing if it was something that would have Like, given the goal screen, obviously you don't have a lot of room to work with anyway, but I was wondering if, okay, if there are, like, one-way panels slapped all over the place, that would obviously tell me something about something like a potential pipe spawn. Do I like eating eggs or just the bacon? Actually, just the bacon. But... we'll see, because, yeah, because let's say I have an on state here. Because if I have both Yoshis on the other screen, then... let me see what happens. I should be able to do this. Cannot possibly be as complicated as I'm making it sound or look from just, you know, fumbling back in the room back and forth. Well, here's the thing, is I was thinking about the egg swallow on this side. And potentially on the other side, but... because I was thinking I would just, you know, snag Yoshi and then just move him over, right? But... I mean, that was the first thing I thought of trying. But I don't think it's an execution error that I'm having an issue with here. I think it's something else. Also that I'm kind of obstructed by the ground block in either direction. Because I was hoping to have some kind of opportunity to swap between the two Yoshis somehow. That's not really happening. Now, if I come back here while the state is blue, though, then what happens? This guy spawns trapped here in this location. I'm trying to think about, like, what I possibly haven't considered. Because it might be something that's, like, fairly obvious once I see it. Which is one of the reasons I'm always kind of reluctant to take things like hints, is because they usually should be things I do know, and which I'm just not thinking about because I'm too fixated on one particular approach or solution. You have the gravity effect here. One thing the gravity effect allows you to do is some kind of drop. Yeah, because here I am in a subworld. I was kind of thinking that if I just find some way to kill Yoshi, for instance. That's going to be a total miss. That's not going to be the way to do it. That maybe I could, you know, unblock a pipe spawn. And that might be something that does the trick. But, you know, depending on how things are laid out off screen. But then I would have heard a sound effect if there was any kind of Yoshi blocking going on. Just looking carefully to see if there are any other notable differences between the two rooms that I might need to be aware of. Huh. When eating eggs, do I spit them out? It's a very interesting cryptic clue. I mean, if you're talking about, like, myself, I don't really tend to spit, but if you're talking about Yoshi, no, Yoshi, I do know for a fact that Yoshi can carry eggs, right? And that I would be able to... if I'm able to swallow the Yoshi to the left, I can just move him out to the other side, but so far I've seen no evidence that I can actually do that. I thought that his tongue range when crouching would make a difference, but it clearly doesn't. Now you see how I can sort of do that double tongue here. It's kind of obscure technique-wise, so I don't think that's going to be the thing I'm doing, but I guess I should be thinking about whether it's possible for me to acquire Yoshi somehow when I come in here with the state set to on. Like if there's some way that I can get over here and hit the switch. Optimize the world record. I am kind of curious about the world record. Let me pop out and see that. Can I refresh this? Oh yeah, oh you mean the world record is already optimized. Yeah, 27 seconds. 27 seconds. Let me see how long it takes me to do the thing that I'm doing so far. Yeah, Death to Spies was the first clear. I did pick up on that when I was looking at that screen as well. So for example, if you come through here, you run around, you grab this Yoshi, grab him. That sequence right there, for instance, that's about 15 seconds. It's one of those puzzles which is, in some ways, almost harder because there are so few elements. That there isn't a lot that you can do detective work on. Like, that it tells me that it is one specific kind of logical constraint that I'm missing, or one specific bit of Yoshi tech that I'm missing. It's one of those two things. And it probably is just something to do with the logical flow of the level. Yeah, this is really odd. I suppose, like, if you're going to give me one hint, I suppose that would be a valuable thing to know. Is it Yoshi tech that I'm missing, or is it something with the logical structure of the level that I'm missing? Like, what should I be thinking about? Because that's the only Yoshi tech that I'm missing. I thought so. I thought it would have to be. You would say it's a bit jank, yeah. Because, like, I really feel like the egg swallow should be the thing, and I have seen in previous levels, and I think the Tetraterix Four Wings puzzle used this as well, that there is a bit of a different tongue range depending on your positioning. And Yoshi jank. It might be some way that I can fall into Yoshi while he's trapped under the blue block. That's something I haven't really thought about. Like some way that he's actually obtainable through a block. And that doesn't really explain this room now. Yoshi jank. Curious. Yeah, because there are a whole bunch of like push interactions with him that inflict all kinds of weirdness. Like a crouch. Whoops. Or maybe it's something that has to do with Yoshi collisions. I know also that a crouch off a Yoshi can sometimes do some positional manipulation on its own. Like if you crouch, then Yoshi can hit certain locations that you can't hit, right? Like, so for example, up my head here, Yoshi reaches slightly higher. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it. Like if there's some way yeah, I don't know if it's something that would use the Yoshi crouch. I don't know. It might just be Yoshi tech that I don't know. Like, that's what I'm increasingly thinking of. The only other time you experience this particular Yoshi move is in a Yoshi Not Written, so I have done it. And the thing I'm thinking of is the Yoshi crouch. Moreover, that the crouch manipulates the tongue range, and the crouch manipulates Yoshi's head range. Those are the only things that I can think of that were specific to that level from a tech perspective. That you manipulate the tongue length, and you manipulate Yoshi's vertical reach. But I should probably be thinking about swallowing the egg, right? Like that... seems to be the only way forward that I can think of, is to manipulate the Yoshi order using the egg. In that there is a kind of sequence of inputs that you can have to see the sort of difference in tongue length here. I mean, would it give too much away to spoil for me whether I should be thinking about, like, the egg swallow, and it's just an input difference that is doing that? Okay. Didn't think so. Didn't think so. It just didn't look reachable, but... But I can be thinking about potentially going through a surface that I ordinarily wouldn't be able to go through, using something like the crouch. I should try to swallow the egg. I have tried many times to swallow the egg, and... yeah, because, like, I was thinking that was... I mean, I could swallow it from the other side, too, if I come in... Like, if I manage to come in with the state switched to blue, and I manage to have Yoshi ready and available, then I can jump to the other side, and, well, the other Yoshi's going to be out by then, so... yeah, it totally looked like this was reachable now. I guess there's nowhere for me to take damage either. Yeah, I don't think I know this. Although, I mean, if you say that it's tech that was used in a Yoshi Not Written, it's something that I would have seen. And it's something that I would definitely have experienced. But I just can't see what the target can be. Because I'm thinking back to that level, and the only other thing I can think of that was sort of unique to it was changing Yoshi's kind of path manipulation. Is there a timer for how long I spend on a level? Gooey, I usually try to keep it under half an hour. And it kind of averages out with some shorter levels that, like, the wait time is usually around 20 a level. This one I know I've been kind of staring at for about half an hour at this point. The donut drop tongue part. Donut drop tongue part. Okay. I don't think I ever knew systematically how that worked. Like, I know that it worked, but... yeah, no, Gooey, we're talking about a bit of Yoshi tech that was shown off in a different level. And that's supposedly the clue to how I can extend Yoshi's tongue range. From a technical standpoint. Yeah, because I don't think I ever actually figured out how that works, in that it has to do with the way that you're standing or not standing on a platform. Yeah, I'm afraid I might just not notice. This might be, yeah, I think it might be valuable at this point for you to spoil that one step, and hopefully I won't be too disappointed at it being something that I could easily have figured out on my own. Because I can see how I want to flow through the rest of this afterwards. It's more that, like, I just don't know what tongue manipulation is going to be. Tongue while you're falling off the edge instead of when you get there. Interesting. I didn't think that's how the donut thing worked. But... oh my goodness. Okay, that's Yoshi Jack, yeah. Anyway, I now have access to 2 Yoshis. Gonna swap. That is undeniably Yoshi Jank. Okay. We'll do it this way. From here, it's pretty clear. I think. Oh, no, because I need to do another swap, don't I? Yeah, I need to do the other swap. I messed that up. Okay, that's fine. That's easy. Yeah, the logical flow of this level, if you know the swallow tech, comes together very quickly. Okay, swap Yoshis. Yeah, I had the rest of this mapped out pretty much as soon as I got the swallow down. This is very clear to me. Drop this guy. Oh, no, I messed up. I messed up. Hang on, let's start over. Flow through this. Yeah. That is a very specific and somewhat obscure interaction. But, like, I didn't know what the rule was with that. I had done that kind of swallow before, but I didn't know what the rule was and when it applied. And I didn't know that was the basis of how the donut block worked in that other level. I thought... yeah, I didn't think that it was based on a falling state. But yeah, actually, I don't mind having this particular thing spoiled for me simply because, not only because it's a time saver on something I've been crashing against for half an hour, but because I don't think I would have been able to discern that systematically on my own. Okay. Pop through here. Wait, no. It's not right. Okay. No, wait. What am I doing? To keep track of which one I'm riding, which is easier said than done. Okay, let me think about how this is going to go. Because do I want to swallow this egg? Maybe. In fact, I can. That might be an easier way to do it than manipulating everything else. No, because I want access to a Yoshi on the left side. Yeah, no, I know how to do this. Same swallow interaction. Or at least it should work. Some people might just get it by accident, yeah. I guess if there's sort of fast and speedy players that just try to go for it directly, then yes. I guess they would. Anyway. So much for that. Okay. Anyway, thank you. Yeah, I probably maybe should have requested that specific hint earlier, but I'm very reluctant to get hints often, and so the logical flow of it came together very smoothly, I think, after that. I mean, in all that time I was spending crashing against how to get the egg, everything else pretty much came together in my head about how the solution was going to look. So, I did it. Pride was mostly preserved. And yeah, to those of you who have been waiting for such a long time, thank you for your patience. I know the last two were two rather lengthy puzzles in a row, and the first one of those we didn't even solve. No, don't worry about monopolizing my time, that's what puzzles do. I quite literally asked for it, and yes, Tokamak is here, so thank you for sticking around and being so patient. Gooby, you'll be right after this one, assuming I don't have any subs come in. But you'll probably be right after. Okay, dissoluting hindrances. And a description that I can't quite read. Let's see what this is all about. This has 5 clears on it. Whoops. Okay. Seems pretty normal so far. Only 5 clears on this. Well, so far. Seems pretty traditional, involving flowers. I should have actually retained the upper blocks in case I could go through the pipe, but I guess that's probably not relevant. So I will, at some point, need 5 coins. And we'll try to get Yoshi's tongue range in a falling state, as we've learned all about that recently. Check this pipe. Aha, okay. I mean, seems pretty straightforward to me. Okay. So yeah, we'll be looking for optional challenges like that. They might not be optional, but they might be non-linear challenges. That might be a much more accurate way of putting it. Let's check up in this location. Oh, we have some clouds. Hang on. Let's go back up. Yeah, kind of interesting that we have quite a bit of exploration to do. Nothing up here, though. Okay. Can't quite see how to get to the lower level, because I can't scroll the camera far down enough to see how it might be safe, but... Okay, no. I was trying to scroll the camera down, but I think that might just be decoration then. Okay, got some mechas here. And a bit of a P-maze, okay. I'm a bit too slow. But I got here, okay. Yeah, the important thing there was not to start panicking and busting my way through each of these. But I guess these ones, you know, are not going to be the breakable kind anyway, right? So, yeah. I was going to start just spin jumping through everything, but I thought that might be a bit of a risk. Safety coin. Okay. Oh, okay, so that's all an optional route. At least it looks like an optional route, and except the sun is going to come down. I think I need to kill the sun for the... Well... Okay, no, that doesn't do anything for me. I do, in fact, need all 5 coins. Okay, so I just missed 2 coins entirely, and I'll need to do that. Let's see if there's a way I can go back around and explore some more. But yeah, Gooby, I was thinking about spin jumping my way through that earlier segment, but just did not know at the time if it would be safe, and it is, but did not know that. Okay. So, I know that I'm missing 2 coins. Quite possibly I need to go through this pipe. And hey, Mr. Electrodude raiding with a party of 4. Let me give you a quick shout out. Also, first of all, I didn't know that Electrodude had his streaming setup going at all, so this is kind of important information for me. And welcome, thank you for coming over from your lukewarm ocean. I guess that puts us in hot water. Almost. And yes, it seems like this is one of the coins that we missed. It is very missable, that's for sure. And thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's a very calm looking level, and then there's some occasional trickery all over it. Looks like the shell is also keepable. Now... yeah. Whoops. Except I would need to up throw, take it up. I don't know if there's anything I can do with that information. We did check the cloud earlier. And it's going alright. Electrodude, good to know that you did, as promised, to get your streaming setup put together. I wonder if there's a way to get down to this lower level here, but I don't know if this is built in such a way that goes low enough. I don't think it is. Also, this will just lose me Yoshi entirely. I'm going to go through the pipe just so I can reset Yoshi. The ocean is really lukewarm today. Well, good to know before we decide to take a dive. Go for a swim. You got your last asset yesterday, a good chair. I need to shop for a better chair because I'm going to be moving soon and my current chair is not coming with me. So, I'll need to redo a lot about my streaming setup though, in general. Get a new office space laid out with it in mind. Get a better microphone setup. Electric Dad, I certainly hope you're not still recording in a vertical orientation. For those who didn't know, and if he doesn't mind me kind of making a joke at his expense, having been in some playtesting groups with Electric Dude before, he previously recorded things in mobile that were usually posted in vertical orientation, and so that would sometimes take some getting used to, but I'm sure you have all that sorted out by now. And yeah, I'll be sure to come by and see if I can find you there. Okay, this is interesting. This is not where the coin is going to be. This is actually just a trap. It's a bit of a troll, in fact. Unless there is a way to get spike balls over here, such that we can break all that stuff. This is just a death trap. No wonder there are only 5 clears on this. This looks like a mostly traditional level, and then there's stuff like this that just tries its best to break you. Could be that I needed to go up through that other pipe up top, though. There's something to this area that I've not seen. I've seen all of the other coins at this point. This is literally a death trap. Okay. If, however, I had a mecha, blue mecha would do something for me, wouldn't it? Not here, it wouldn't. But I was hoping that I would have something to break all this. Okay, this is just death. You still don't have a capture card, so I have to deal with vertical videos. Okay, I see. So don't tell me you were streaming off, just off camera on the Switch Portable. I know I've seen some people do that. Oh, you were playing Touhou. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I should have just assumed we were playing Touhou. Like, that makes a, well, that would be quite consistent with what I know about how you play. Let's take a look at this, weird little mecha segment once more, because I don't understand it yet, but it is one of the few clues we have to something that might be happening. Like, this whole zone might just be a death trap. I am, however, able to obtain a mecha. Oh, no, there's a coin there to the left. Okay. Why didn't I see that coin earlier? I feel like I just completely missed it. Okay, I just completely missed that coin. Alright, fine. We have this level sorted out then. Definitely more of an exploration-based design. But that's fine. Let's go back. Do everything else that I skipped out on in this attempt. Just get rid of this guy. Actually, quite a bit of progress today. I can get a normal clear soon, you say. So which one is this? It's up to, like... I mean, I can't really keep the series straight because I don't know it, really, but... Would this be the latest one in the series, or something else? And yeah, like I've been saying, it seems to be a series that is very much beloved by a stunning number of Mario Maker people. I'm always kind of astonished at how well known it seems to be among Mario Maker players. Or Mario Makers, as it were. Okay. Yeah, we're not dealing with this guy. Pop him out. I think all coins should be accounted for at this point. I'm not totally certain, but... Oh, I should have just left them alive on the bottom layer so they don't respawn. That's okay. We were playing Imperishable Night 8, which is one of the earlier ones, but with the best OST. Okay. Alright, let's see what else I am missing. I did this pipe, I did this pipe, I did the red pipe. There is one last coin at the end, and there's one spot I didn't check, I think. No, I already checked this early stuff. Coin there, coin there. I did check the upper location already. That's nothing. Still haven't figured out whether anything can potentially get me down there. Really didn't look that way. Ah, yes. There is the blue pipe. That is at the very end. Now, to remember that the spin jump on Yoshi, because of the dismount physics, doesn't quite work the same way as in Super Mario World, but let me just try to sneak into the spot down here. Whoops. That's fine. And then, yeah, pop out. Should be able to spin jump all the way over. Grab this coin, drop in. Okay. Nope. But there's more. There's more. No wonder there are only 5 clears. Okay. You've been getting closer to Philly, but sadly Touhou does not contribute much to that. Well, I don't know. I mean, there's certainly no hurry, unless you've already got everything you want to do with your emotes and channel points already in mind. Yeah, it's kind of too bad that more obscure games, just as a matter of searchability, don't tend to get much of an audience. When I originally started doing the stream, I was not doing 100% Mario Maker. I was kind of doing about 80 or 90% Mario Maker and occasionally some indie stuff. And now that I actually have an audience that has come in through Mario Maker, I might go back to some of the indie games that are probably relevant to people who like level design. I needed to skip to the right with that one. Bounce the guy to the right, and then bounce to get the on-off switch. Yeah, this level is in many ways kind of a total fake-out, that it starts out as this very relaxed, traditional exploration level, and then it starts to get a little bit suspiciously tricky with the coins, and then now it's just straight up, well, a little more technical. A little more technical. Still pretty reasonably so. Probably shouldn't have spent so much time on the supposedly easy segments. Whoops. Lamacat, thank you for the submission. But yeah, I mean, I'm still very happy to do Mario Maker, but now that some of the bigger stuff like 4YMM is out of the way, I'm obviously trying to bring back viewer levels to some time slots that had been previously neglected, but also, whoops, nice full jump. Also, just thinking about how to expand the range of programming again, just to get some other things in here. Getting more comfortable with the streaming setup. Yeah, it's one of those things where I feel that you do have to kind of assemble it piece by piece. And also just get used to the idea that streaming does have a way of throwing off the way that you play games. Like, there are things that you need to adjust to that you can't necessarily predict. Whoops. Okay, just cut a little too much momentum there, but it's just going to be mole platform. Then... okay. Yeah, nice full jump, because I need Quite a lot of height on that Koopa when it comes out. Whoops. A year ago, you wouldn't have dreamed to do that. Yeah, neither did I. I mean, a year ago... Well, a year ago, I was still just submitting viewer levels to other people. Because I had made most of my creations in June and July of the first year of release. But yeah, I hadn't really considered putting together my own streaming setup at all at that point. I mean, I always knew the main thing I wanted to do was record Mario Maker anyway, and so it just made sense to do that in a live streaming environment. Okay, that oddly works. This looks like something that's totally unpredictable. But is an edge jump, okay. Is an edge jump where you have to trust the coins. I'm kind of bad at edge jumps, but we'll see. I tend to have trouble with a lot of things that require any sort of screen precision. Merlin plans to make a castle level that starts in the snow, and you have to get in the castle out of the frozen snow. I see, yeah. Like with a ice exterior and followed by a castle interior. A year ago, you didn't think you'd be submitting levels to people, but here you are, one came in. Yes, indeed. And I found, of course, that even when I was submitting instead of streaming, it extended the life and the interest of Mario Maker for me considerably. Like that feels very active when you partake in this side of the community. Much more active than it might feel otherwise. Whoops. Too late on the edge jump. Okay. Let's pop this. Pop this. Going to make a cup of coffee? Yeah, enjoy it. My coffee has been getting cold because my hands have not really left the controller. You have ground as your World 1, Cave as your World 2, Forest as your 3, and Desert as your 4th. Okay. Yeah, if you, Gooby have a very clear thematic concept in mind for that, that it will certainly shine in a world system. I don't remember which code you sent me. You were telling me something about the code you sent me much earlier when it comes to secret placement, but I think you're next anyway, so we'll hopefully see that soon. We've been on this one for about 20 minutes, but we just saw this little fake out segment here. We haven't been on this for very long. Just got here right before Electrodude arrived with the raid. Ah, you sent the code for the World 3 Castle. Yes, that's right. I remember now. So we do know that the gate is eventually gated off by another key door. So there will be some other kind of key that awaits us by the time we're at the end of this. It won't involve the pink coins because we've already seen all 5 of them already prior to CP1. So it will not be a coin-based key, but it will be some other kind of key by the time we hit the exit. Okay, Gooby. I mean, I guess as far as your difficulty estimate goes, we'll see what the clear rate is like on the one that you sent. But yeah, we see a pretty broad range of difficulty on the stream. Sometimes even within the same level, as you can see here. Yeah, first time down that Goomba is a little bit blind. I know that the track indicator is probably trying to tell me something about it when it comes to veering to the right, but that, as is the row of coins, actually. But I don't know that I ever would have predicted that the first time through, but we can see that fairly reliably now, so... Yeah. On-off switch there always feels just slightly out of reach. Like there's some precision adjustment I need to do that they have not quite figured out yet. At least not consistently. Whoops. Might just need a higher bounce off the Koopa, which just means a higher jump into the Koopa to begin with, instead of falling in immediately. But more accurately, of course, coming down the ceiling slope. And yeah, backing off on a momentum a little too much there. Okay, there we go. Much better. Now we're okay until this edge jump. And then we do need to maintain full momentum. I backed out a little bit after the second Goomba. That was what got me into trouble. A little bit short. Okay, so it is becoming much clearer to me now why there were only 5 clears on this, but it's not terribly hard. It's the number of elements that you kind of need to take on trust, like that one. What order would I make the worlds if I made a traditional styled world? I have not thought that far ahead, Merlin. It's going to be a long time before I make enough levels to fill a world. Electra Dude, going to peace out on your end. Oh well, have a good night. And thanks once again for raiding and for dropping by, and try to catch you on Toho sometime. And yeah, I hope your transition back to university works out well. Okay. Just a little bit short. Yeah, I was losing a little bit of distance early on in the Goomba stacks. I was not really completely able to take that on trust because a number of the jumps here do require you to pull back slightly. You can't just do a full jump at full forward momentum all the time. And so you do need a little bit of precise control. And that is something that throws me off sometimes, because there are segments that also expect you to be going forward at full speed, and you can't always predict what those are going to be. So the platforming itself is fun, but it's the little bits of spacing like that that can really throw things off. That, you know, occasionally the level's telling you to pull back on a jump, and occasionally it's going to say go, 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 and you kind of have to guess what's going on part of it at a time. This is clear, at least. Yeah, not fond of corners like that, but... Yeah, Gooby, I know it's always kind of tense, especially when you're next. But we'll hopefully be able to get through. Yeah, this needs to be fully forward. Otherwise, I'll not make it through that corner. Okay, snake block down on the lower level. I have no idea what that was about. That's a key. Does the key drop me on goal? Yes, it does. Okay, thank you for that. We did it. Yeah, definitely a bit of a fake-out level in many ways, where it just becomes more and more suspicious, then decides to reveal its full glory. As I said, some of the jumps in the later segment are a bit of a mix of pulling back and cranking it forward, but I think it's very clear to me now that I've cleared it that the final segment is one where you just have to push forward as hard as you can and just trust all the jumps to line up neatly. So thank you for that, Tokamak. Now let's pull up Gooby, who has been waiting very, very patiently throughout the stream. And that's going to be the state of the list after that. It has 3 secrets if I want to 100%. I'll keep an eye out for it. Unless it's really short, I probably won't be repeating the whole thing for it, but I'll try to be cautious about looking for secrets on my first run. So you can have a proper playtest for how that looks. So 3-3, Swampland Castle, 1 clear but on a very small sample size. And you're telling me that this is supposed to be funny. You think it's funny. Okay, so here is going to be Night Castle with a bit of swimming. Yeah, sure, we'll check this upper location. Kind of suspected it was something. So that's 1 secret down. You didn't feel like making a description? Yeah, I mean, if you're designing this to be played as part of a world anyway, then it's not like people will read it. Okay, looks like a bit of a POW stacking thing going on here. In the pipes. Yeah, once again, just going to try to stack that gently. Actually, no, I want to stack that on this guy here. Yeah, like that. Okay. Glad that felt at least roughly comfortable. Okay, I guess I have to drop this. Yeah. That is tricky. Particularly because I think I need to maintain a certain degree of jump momentum to get over the coin stack that is after that. I think I understand the general concept, I'm just bad at aiming. Yep, I knew what I was supposed to do, I just wasn't very good at doing it. Interestingly... Oh, nope. POW blocks you, okay. Just trying to think of some cheesy things I could do with that. Oh, whoops, nope. That was a bad throw. Needed to just soft drop it. Because I was definitely thinking that, suppose I came here, dropped this, came here, dropped, whoops. Let's hope my drops actually cooperate. And okay, drop this. Just have to be much more careful about POW drops all around. Now what I was thinking is if I came through this door, hop back in, then I come through here, I have access to 2 POWs. That doesn't actually help me very much. Especially if there's only one valid location for the first POW to land. Doesn't actually help me. And I think that might, in fact, be the way to get this secret up here. Which is 50 coin. Yeah. Not that I can reach it. Okay. Oh, okay, no, I actually cannot count on a POW landing on anything. I do need to just hop over it while it's in a sinking state. I was thinking that the marker was actually going to be something that told me about a safe landing location that would keep the POW afloat. So I just misread that. I guess it's just a marker for the intended jump location. Oh yeah, you can also just throw the POW in a coins drop. Yeah, of course. Of course. Whoops. The marker is just where you drop it, yes. I do see what you mean. Okay, pick that up. Just bad drop timing. We'll have to fix that. It seemed reliable earlier. I just need to be a little more cautious. Mechanic certainly works. And yeah, Merlin, I agree. It's a very clean-looking level. And that you have this big exterior castle entrance as well. That was very noticeable. One came in, we cleared the kind of fake-out level. I think that's the only thing you missed. We did clear the Yoshi puzzle. I don't know if you were here for the ending for that. Do a full jump, okay. Yeah, I'm usually okay with not having too many indications on things, but here I think a drop position in the next room might have helped, but I know that you want to keep it looking fairly tidy, and so yeah, I think it's fine actually. I just need to sort out exactly when my release is going to happen. But yeah, I know that you want to keep things also pretty clean looking, and whoops. And it's okay. I mean, I think it's still going to be difficult to execute anyway. Regardless of how well you can drop something in the landing zone. The issue would mainly be that even fairly experienced players, I think, would often have trouble guessing how far POW is going to drop when you do a soft drop over a couple of tiles. So it's a little bit difficult to estimate. I'm not exactly sure how that landing is going to work, but that's okay. It'll just take a few attempts to sort through, and I will hopefully be able to do it. Easy Candyman, thank you for trollololol. If that's something you're playtesting before sending it on to DGR. Okay, yeah, not enough distance. That was better that time, although I needed to pull back a little bit in order to fall into the POW, and when I pulled back, I didn't have enough momentum to go forward from that point. I need just one smooth, continuous forward motion. That seems very clear to me. I think part of it is that these early POW drops don't exactly train you to do that because they allow you to drop against a wall and then hug the wall. And it feels great. When you do the POW drop and then land on a POW against the wall, the player has a fair bit of flexibility in terms of their timing. Like this, despite how often I'm messing it up, actually does feel great. And I don't worry about the timing very much. When I'm doing a drop in midair that's not against a wall, then I start to second guess where my landing position is going to be, and that's when things feel a little bit less reliable. Easy Candyman, you just want to have fun with it, and you like to see people suffer? Okay. Whatever floats your boat. Whatever sinks your ship. And also, if you get this far into the world, I assume you already have a basic grasp on the game. Gooby, yep, that's fair. You're into World 3, and people already have a good sense of the tech requirement and the difficulty on your levels, then that is quite understandable. Okay, I need to fix this up. That's definitely on me. I feel like the drops against a wall are fine. I kind of wonder, in the next segment after this, if I should be doing a soft drop in the first place, because I guess I can just throw the POW. If it's landing in poison, it's not going to do a hard hit, right? So... okay. Down and then release. I don't know why my thumbs have so much trouble with that input sequence when it is honestly not hard. Easy Candyman says, people's souls keep your boat afloat, and yeah. I mean, if they are really such buoyant personalities. There we go. Well, I'm able to reset this POW, so I can just try it. Yeah, it doesn't leave me a lot of time to stand on it, so dropping is almost certainly easier. But yeah, I wouldn't have time to do it. I definitely need to do a soft drop. So we'll just do that. Oh, whoops. Okay. Drop the POW. And yeah, Candyman, if you want to replace the code, use exclamation leave and then try to re-add. Or you can just tell me if you want to change up the code when you play. But if in the meantime, you are limited to one code in the queue, so. I also really like the boss in this level. It is a castle level. So, looking forward to it when we get there, if we get there. I'm probably dropping too early. If I drop when I'm a little bit further down low, then I don't need to pull back on the jump quite so much. I mean, we're still at the very beginning of this level, so... It's the forest boss with the glasses. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I'm dropping way too early. Checkpoint is right after this, though. If you make the jump over the coins, the checkpoint flag is to the left side, and I could see it just barely out of view. Yeah, 1K-Man, when it comes to keeping the Koopalings apart, it really does depend on which game you were most familiar with originally. I was most familiar with Super Mario World originally, and so, of course, in that game, Iggy and Larry have very similar fights in Castle 1 and Castle 7, respectively. Lemmy has always been the most unique just because of the ball mechanic. It's really nice that they brought it over so faithfully. Because Lemmy has always added tons of stuff to the game that were unique in ways that were not necessarily the case with the others. Whoops. You're most familiar with Wii. Okay, yeah, that's right. You were saying that earlier. Recently played a bit of World on the emulator on a Switch. Yeah, I revisited it earlier this year as well. I mean, I've known the game well for a very long time, but I just kind of casually decided to get back into it and knock out 96 exits. I've actually been playing a little bit of Yoshi's Island on the side over the past few weeks, in fact. Just kind of chipping away at it slowly to try to do 100%. And it's one of those games that feels short when you just do it the standard way, and is considerably longer when you try to be thorough, since it is so exploration-driven. Yeah, still not really finding a good timing and location for that. But when we get it, we'll hit checkpoint. It is a bit of a weird difficulty spike, I find. In that, as I was saying, there is a significant spike in difficulty between a POW drop against the wall and a POW drop that is not against the wall. Just in terms of your ability to estimate distance. But it's okay, it's just one thing that we need to do before checkpoint, so not a big deal. I need to do a long short jump. Walk the whole runway and then do a short jump, right? If I understand you correctly. Right, because I do want maximum speed, but I also want to not cut momentum. Whoops. Yeah, too big a jump. Arlen says you're most familiar with the 3DS games. Okay, interesting. I feel like most of us who have played the whole Mario series often find NSMB2 on the 3DS to be probably the least significant in that, you know, it's a very polished game, but it doesn't really add much to the series. But I can see why it would work very well as an entry point for anybody who hasn't seen it before. Okay. Getting on the surface now, but cutting too much momentum to make it over. Yeah, that'd be Super Mario Land 1, which is where the Super Ball came from. And yeah, when you play Super Mario Land 1, the tile sizes feel totally off because everything is just so tiny. Yeah, that specific drop and jump is a huge difficulty check, I find. Right, and both SMB3 and Super Mario World, and Yoshi's Island for that matter, actually pretty much the entire series was ported to Game Boy Advance as part of the Super Mario Advance series. Back then when they had the e-reader attachment for some extra bonus levels that you could download. I don't know if those ever came back and remained playable in any other form. Yeah, as far as the difficulty spike goes, like, I'm not really sure that you would want to have the drop without the wall in the first place. Like, it might just be something that, you know, it is such a jump in difficulty that it feels like it's from a different kind of level. But we're early enough that it is literally the third obstacle. I'll see if I can do it. But that's the kind of drop that starts to get into Kaizo territory. Maybe it was something that could be solvable by markers, but I'm not really sure. Look at that checkpoint just dangling on the left side. Just out of reach. Oh, the drop came first. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it is kind of a tricky thing when you start with a certain concept that you want to build a level around, or a certain obstacle. And then when you're finished, it doesn't feel like it's as much of a fit anymore. So we'll see. I don't know if I can make that jump very reliably. Like, I want to get over it simply because I can hit the checkpoint and see more of the level. But that POW jump might be just something that takes a little too much trial and error for me to figure out. Nope. I wanted to do a soft drop there and I just missed. Yeah, it is a very tough drop. Whoops. Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where, as the maker, if you're putting it together, you're going to have significantly more practice than anybody else in terms of knowing what the intended position should be. Here, I find that even though you've told me it is going to be like a run and then short jump, whoops, it is surprisingly difficult to execute. So, Merlin, you were asking about people's entry point into the Mario series. Mine was SMB1. I actually did do them roughly in order, although SMB2 came later. Like, I had friends who had it, but I never owned it myself originally, and so I knew SMB1 and 3, which were much more standard feeling as Mario games anyway, because they were not adapted from Doki Doki Panic. Okay. But yeah, I've always been fascinated by just what a broad intergenerational base Mario Maker actually reaches. Jump too soon? Yeah, I'm not very good at corner jumps. If that's what you're suggesting. We'll see. I would like to be able to make this, but I'll have to check how much time I'm spending on it, I think. You didn't play Maker 1 because you didn't have a Wii U? Yeah, that's understandable. I think a lot of people are certainly in that position. Yeah, I've currently been on this one for about 20 minutes. We'll put in a few more attempts to just try to get past that checkpoint. Then we'll see. And yeah, definitely the people who made Maker 1 videos, if you look at their metrics, they were clearly reaching tons of people who did not play the game. The interesting thing, though, is that despite the massive install base on the Switch, and the fact that you had a lot of people who were interested in Mario Maker but didn't have a Wii U, the size of the audience of Maker 1 and Maker 2 is pretty similar. Like, I think it was about 5 million sales for either one, if I recall. And of course, Maker 1 actually had a very long tail. A lot of people were still working with it long after the Wii U had ceased to be current or relevant. That it remained quite an active scene. And maybe Maker 2 will kind of keep chugging along, because, you know, we're clearly not short on content. But with updates already kind of cut off for that, I find it kind of interesting that Maker 2 has been left to tail off and settle into a core audience so quickly. Yeah, Gooby, the reason that I'm doing a full hop, it's not intentional. It's, what's happening there is that I'm also trying to do the short drop at the same time, right? And so like, basically, I have to do short hop, I have to hold down, and then I have to release. And I just don't have the muscle memory for that. It's definitely not an intentional high jump. It's just that the input sequence itself is kind of difficult when you're not used to it. I totally use T-pad, yes. I don't know how to play this game with a stick. I absolutely do not know how to play this game with a stick, so just so you are aware. And it seems like that might be a difference sometimes when it comes to stuff that feels like Kaizo tech, that some Kaizo tech, despite the origin of the Kaizo Mario ROM hacks as being made for Super Mario World and using Super Nintendo controls, it seems like a lot of those designers actually do use stick. Yeah, that might be why I can't do this, and why it feels easy for you, but because it is a very quick directional adjustment. I might have to bail on this in a few attempts, unfortunately. Like, I would like to get through it and see the boss at the end of the castle that you promised. But the power drop is a huge technical check. And the same kind of technical check as with things like shell jumps and such, where it is dependent on a timed release, right? So, because I have been crashing against this specific jump for the past 20 minutes or so, and at this point, I mean, I guess I only have to do it once, because checkpoint is right after that, but if that's indicative of the difficulty of this, I don't think I can actually make it through. Anyway, it's obviously a very pretty level and a nice idea up to that point that you have some preparation for the player to be doing POW manipulation. And as I said before, the first sequence of the POW drops against a wall, they feel perfectly nice. They feel great, actually. Land on it before it hits, okay. Yeah, now I'm doing a hop that's a little too short. I'll give it one more try. And then I may have to just bail on this, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know if you were expecting that to be so much harder than the stuff to come before it, but it is... Like, when I see kind of timed mid-air soft drops like that, it is kind of an equivalent difficulty to what you ordinarily associate with Kaizo Tech, like the shell drops and P drops and so forth. Particularly because the jump right after it is really challenging. Like, I think maybe if you wanted to have a move like that, I would have just made a jump after it much more relaxed. Okay, one more attempt. So just so I can talk about this and show you. Like, from a design perspective, if you wanted to make it easier, but you wanted to retain that interaction of having a POW drop followed by a jump onto POW, and having it not being against a wall, the way to make it easier, if you wanted to keep that same technique, is to make the jump after it easier. So instead of having something that's enforced by those spikes and enforcing the long arc, you can just have a much shorter jump. And you still have to do the POW drop followed by the jump on it, and that's still going to be challenging. But then you don't have the additional difficulty check of having to have it land in an extremely specific position and have an extremely specific amount of momentum going into it. So if you were ever thinking about doing any kind of retuning or nerfing that, like, the thing to adjust, as I was just saying, would not actually be the POW drop. The thing to adjust is to jump right after that. And I think that might be a more helpful way of looking at it. Anyway, congratulations to Dark Shocks who managed to do it. And yeah, I mean, maybe you're happy with it as is, but with the current level of difficulty, I don't think I can do it. Thank you for that anyway. We'll just mark that as a loss. And Gooby, you are welcome to submit more. I think we do have time to remain open today, so. Yeah, and you know, that's what playtesting is for. Just to see what kind of differences there are between your own personal sense of difficulty and what people actually encounter. That's always something that's going to be exposed through seeing your own level in action. I think Aeolian actually did try to leave the queue earlier, because I remember saying goodbye, and might just have misentered the command. So Aeolian I do not think is here, but is free to correct me if that is not true. And thank you for 1-3, don't look right. And yeah, once again, thank you to the patience of everybody who has stuck around, given that this has been an unusually long queue, and with some unusually poor performances. Yeah, I mean, a great deal of difficulty is about understanding what audience you want and who you are targeting, right? Like, you know, there's a pretty broad range of players that you can reach and decide to reach, and they're all going to come in with a very different level of technical fluency. So this is an updated version of a level you made previously, Left 4 Dead 2, No Mercy. I don't remember seeing the original one. I have, of course, most recently seen your Resident Evil level, and so you kind of have a taste for some of these horror shooters. We can expect some dry bones and some other zombie creations. Green flu has spread to other lands. Will you survive or be L4D? I've got to say, I only ever played probably about 10 minutes total of Left 4 Dead 2. It's one of the Valve games that I know least about. But then I've never really been into shooters, much less co-op shooters. I do like Valve shooters in that they have elements that are not shooting, right? Like, so Half-Life has all the physics stuff going on, and Portal is Portal. But the stuff that is actually about shooting, like Left 4 Dead, I never managed to do that very well. But anyway, here's a car. Here are more Goombas that you can stop. Yeah, based on the campaign of No Mercy. Okay, so I don't think I know or remember that campaign, but as I said, I played about 10 minutes of Left 4 Dead, so it's not surprising. Okay, looks like hitting the on switch will just release everything. Oh, okay. We made it through. So no need to worry about the P timer over there. Don't know what this switch is doing. And I haven't been given a reason to hit it. Because obviously you hit the on switch, then the jump block comes over, squishes the bombs, blows everything up. I don't see why I need to do it, though. Because why don't I just bypass everything? This to be sure. And yeah, I guess the note block, when it falls down, was supposed to open that up as well. I guess this is something that's done for your campaign adaptation. And yeah, I played somewhat more of Team Fortress 2 than I expected, Grakowski, but that's partly because, as I said before, you know, I enjoy the elements of FPS that are not really about shooting. Like, I played Engineer a lot so I could build turrets, because I was always a tower defense person anyway. I played Demo Man quite a bit, because you would just do rocket jumping and it would be more of a platforming class. But yeah. Okay, coming up here. Yeah, never really did get into Overwatch despite being a fairly big Blizzard person, but always from the kind of RTS side of Blizzard. Okay, so here's a really sudden mobbing that we're going to have. Everybody's going to try to squish you, and we eventually need access to a key, except I'm no longer Blink. I feel like I wanted to go down below, and that I would be able to retrieve a key if I headed to the lower level. So there came a point with Team Fortress 2 where I just no longer understood what the whole hat economy or crate economy was. Like, I never opened crates or played with cosmetics or anything, but... Ah, okay. That solves some problems. Okay. Come in here. Yeah, the thing about cosmetics is that I don't think I've ever really paid much attention to the cosmetics side of any game, really. So, Master Sword is down there. Okay, so this is an interaction where it's trying to encourage you to... Ah, yes, so you have a stack of on-off switches that you need to hit in alternating fashion. So you hit this one, you go down, you hit the other one, you come back up, you hit this one, etc. And eventually that will give you access to the key. So why don't we go down this? Blow that out before too much comes out. Okay. Whoops, lost the helmet. It's fine. And at least we know where to get a sword refresh down low, and so it's not too much of a problem. Hey, this is actually kind of a neat segment. Whoops, oh, whoops, that's an error. I wanted to pull out the bomb and I just missed. Hey, Glitch, welcome. Glitch, I assume that's going to be a continuation of the Cuphead world. That's fine. We'll do that. Skip. Sure, let's get the star. But yeah, 1K-Man, I don't remember seeing this in its original form, so I don't know what the fixes were, really. I mean, you told me, but I can't say I recognized them specifically, because I do not think I played this in an earlier version. Okay, so I've got to be careful not to do this to myself. Okay. Let's clear it away. Play a bit cautiously. Okay. Yep, if I get down quickly, and these guys are not too much of an issue, then I eventually want to drop to Dry Bones and probably slap him with the sword. If he's holding the key, so... yeah, kind of a neat little segment. As it can be chaotic if you're not careful, but you can also do it cautiously, as I'm doing here, so... always kind of appreciate action set pieces or boss set pieces that can be made easier just by some caution and planning. So, nice fight. Gotta get going? Yeah, thank you, Grakowski, for coming by for so long. F4. F2, 8. Okay. And then it's telling me something about the P blocks. There, I feel like I didn't really process what that clue was all about, but it might also just be a campaign reference that I don't know. Checkpoint. 428. I went up 24 floors. Okay, yeah. Okay. Probably easier to do this with bombs, to be honest. Or just with sword hits, given how much damage the Master Sword actually does to Bowser. And that I do have a free refresh on the left side. Yeah, fights like this, I mean, I know it's an adaptation. Fights like this can be a little bit spammy when the power-up is right there. I find that, you know, with boss designs, yeah, you do want some amount of power-up refreshing if it's going to be against a really tanky boss like Bowser. But it often helps if you design it in a way that makes the player work for it a little bit. Okay, anyway, having the helmet here is certainly nice. I say as I lose the helmet. Okay. Sneak in there and run. Okay. Well, it's going to be scrolling perhaps after I... oh, no. No P-switch, so I'd better just go. Ah, okay, and I bounce off into the helicopter. Yeah, Glitch, I noticed that policy in your own boss fights. I think it depends on the fight. Like, it really depends on what kind of flow and pacing you have and how much control you have over the dodging. Because some fights you want a finite amount. Some fights, it's okay to have refreshing power-ups if you have to work for them. I find that often a difference is whether the power-up is actually required to beat the fight, because it's not really that pleasant when you lose your only power-up and can't continue. But once again, depends on the level, so... Okay, let's take a look at who's next. I believe Doodlefart is long gone, but we'll just do a quick check just to give them the opportunity to check in. As Doodlefart may be quite a ways away. One came in, yeah, if you want to explain some of the story details, you are certainly welcome to. And queue is still open for resubmissions. I believe Merlin is going to be next. I don't think Merlin had taken off yet. So let's take Doodlefart out of the equation and proceed. Also, I think I had caught most of my regulars with this announcement, but earlier in August we did finally start up a community Discord for this channel in case any of you wanted notifications or stream information or plans for the upcoming week that are a little more precise. Or if you just want a way to share some level codes for people to test when we are offline. And I think a lot of the people who are the super regulars here are already aware. Merlin, are you still here? I think Merlin is here, but is possibly lurking. No, you're here. You just said GG a few minutes ago, so... Let me bring up your list. And... see what we can do with it. Okay, so we'll just continue going down to some of the other levels that we hadn't playtested before, just continuing to work backwards through World 5. 5-1, Frosty Brain Freeze. Slide through the frosty muncher pipes. Be quick to catch the snake block. Sure, we'll take a look. And yeah, thank you, Merlin. Looking forward to it. Okay, let's let this drop. I see, because they're meant to be kind of halfway frozen ice columns or something in the background. Whoops. Yeah, glitch, that's kind of interesting that you're not too comfortable working with Mario U since you are a 3D world maker, and there's a lot of similarity in what you can do with things like designing around wall jumps and other more advanced movement physics that are only possible in this style. Okay, nearly got hit there, but whoop. Yeah, it can be challenging, I think, because there's a lot of stuff going on in this style that requires special attention when it comes to design. You know, being able to plan around things like wall jumps being one of them, planning around a twirl as well. Also, some of the different interactions you're going to get from the power-up selection. Yeah, much harder to de-cheese because of it, just from the fact that you do have the full suite of elements from the standard styles combined with having... Can I ground pound this? Yes. Only a coin. Yeah, having the full suite of, you know, kind of contraption building or item interactions that you have in the standard styles with a really quite powerful moveset does mean that there's a lot of flexibility on the part of the player that you need to plan around. I think it's what makes it good for traditional layouts, though, is that quite often in a traditional layout you would want the player to have that flexibility. Okay. As I was saying about one of the earlier levels today, though, color contrast can actually be a real problem with visibility. This style. I mean, actual New Super Mario Bros. U looks much prettier than the way it's represented in this game, for sure. I've already seen that 50 coin, we can probably bypass. And yeah, Llamacat, you'll be right after this one. Okay. Mushroom. I think we did see that previously. Yeah, there's quite a lot here that could be blown apart by fire. I don't know if any of the piranha trajectories will cooperate with that. Seems like in some cases they're placed just out of the way that they can't be melted. And that they might just be frozen over and boxed with tracks for purely aesthetic reasons. This looks like a power-up spot. Okay, this is sort of interesting in that, yeah, you can get in and out, thankfully. And yes, this is exactly what I was thinking would happen. That's going to be melted. I was hoping that would give me... Oh, okay, I was hoping that would give me like a fire flower or something, but maybe that's giving me a series of interactions. Like, I need to work my way back. It's a good idea in terms of the flow of the level, the only risk with it being that it might be a bit slow. That, you know, you kind of see this idea and you understand it, and then it still takes some time to activate each one in succession. I like that back and forth concept, though, that you're changing the level one piece at a time. It might just be one of those cases where it's too many pieces. Also, that your positioning relative to the Piranha Plant's firing angle is going to be a bit of an issue with the camera here. So let's spawn this guy. You gotta come down and hope he still fires. No, he needs to fire when you are both on camera. With that being, he fires really high. Anyway, this guy's gonna come out. It's a fun idea, it just works kind of slowly. And Safety Man, welcome back. Yeah. I think the concept of retracing your way through a level and kind of breaking it up with piece by carefully placed piece is a good one. It is just that, you know, you require 2 shots every time, and sometimes it is a bit camera dependent. And you have to do quite a lot of it. Like, it's one of those things that's very satisfying if you just have, you know, 3 or 4 of them. But let's try to open this up at least. And at least you do still have something to keep it engaging, like it's a bit of a dodging minigame. And okay, need to pop this and yeah, eventually just work your way up top. Yeah, Merlin, you want to try something that you had never done before? That's always a good idea too. Let's try to experiment a bit. Especially with some of the weird firing angles you can get with them popping out horizontal pipes and seemingly firing backwards. I think it would be more engaging if you had a little bit more differentiation between each of the successive Piranha activations, though. I mean, obviously you want to keep this thematically coherent, but if, for example, we're doing this in an ice death world or something, like where you were going to let yourself use Dry Bones, something like Dry Bones would actually be a really good fit for stuff like that, because, you know, you can disable them temporarily, but they do come back, right? That 50 coin was obviously supposed to be a slide. Okay. This activation here is going to do what? Find out. I wonder if I need to race it. Kind of, whoops. Feels like I should race it over. Yeah, it is a cool idea. And it's nice that within the context of what is kind of supposedly a traditional world, that you are taking a few risks and having some mildly puzzly stuff that's not strictly traditional. Like I said, I've been recently kind of revisiting Yoshi's Island, and Yoshi's Island has a whole ton of stuff like that, and I think that's part of why people find the game so memorable and charming, is that you have these level scale puzzle structures. Publime. Thank you for short and sweet. Short and sweet. Okay. Once again, I have to watch my slopes here a little more carefully. Yeah, this is, I think, pretty clearly meant to be one continuous sliding segment that just takes you back and forth with the slopes. It does mean that once I lose momentum, it is a little bit difficult to get back on track, since there are a few things here that are clearly designed around the expectation that I'm still going at full speed. Also, yeah, I guess in this style, stuff like this wall here can be a bit of a visibility issue. Looks like this is a secret, actually. Oh, no, maybe not. And hey, it's Redox. Yeah, Merlin, this was sitting at around 2%. I think it's fine. But yeah, I could see that that's supposed to be kind of a continuous slide segment, and you can see how here, when I lose momentum, I no longer have enough speed to even do the basic stuff. Right? I would be able to slide through the icicles, but probably not get over to Munchers. So it's the kind of idea that might work better with a bit more headroom to work with. But yeah, very obvious to me that's supposed to be a continuous slide. Just that I don't have much of a recovery opportunity. Whoops. Safety Man, the stream has been okay today. We spent a lot of time on certain things. I got stuck on one screen puzzle that we haven't solved yet. I got really kind of stuck on one screen puzzle. One of Grokowski's puzzles, actually, because it depended on a bit of a Yoshi interaction that I didn't know, and so it was a slight knowledge check when it came to the very minor differences that can happen with Yoshi's tongue range. But it was a really good logic puzzle once I got that mechanical element out of the way. So it's been kind of a slow-moving stream today simply because we spent a lot of time on stuff like that. And, you know, with a couple of non-completions in the mix, but that happens from time to time. That's just the risk you take when you play community levels of any sort. I needed to race this thing down, didn't I? Okay. I hope I still have an opportunity to catch it. I do, because it should stay on the track for at least a bit. Yeah. Let's check this top spot here. Of course there's something. Of course you put something there. Yeah. Good ideas in this level, just a lot of pacing that probably could have been polished up a bit. In terms of, just understanding like how long certain ideas should stick around, like the piranhas at the beginning, or understanding whether the player has an opportunity to recover from making a mistake on something like the slide in the second segment. Just little things like that, but the ideas are sound. I don't know about the blue on blue background. Like, it looks very nice, but sometimes it does get a little bit in the way of the readability. But I know that you've put quite a lot into trying to make each of these levels visually very distinct, and that certainly comes through. Safety of Man is going to request number 55, and we will process that before we get on to the next submission, but I'll just pull up the next code just so we know what to anticipate. We just mark that as a win. You're ready to dig into making a new level, and you need Shakespeare to come to the rescue. Yes. Llamacat should be next. Llamacat, you can check in the meantime, but I'm going to... Llamacat's here. You just said GG. Great. I'm just going to do the reward redemption for number 55. I have to remember to pull up the dramatic reading screen. Okay, here's number 55. This one is a really good fit, actually, for the art of Mario making. Not marble, nor the gilded monuments of princes shall outlive this powerful rhyme, but you shall shine more bright in these contents than unswept stone, besmeared with sluttish time. When wasteful war shall statues overturn, and broils root out the work of masonry, nor Mars his sword, nor war's quick fire shall burn the living record of your memory. Against death and all oblivious enmity shall you pace forth. Your praise shall still find room, even in the eyes of all posterity that wear this world out to the ending doom. So till the judgment that yourself arise, you live in this and dwell in lovers' eyes. Okay, thank you for that. Let's punch in Llamacat's code. Yeah, Safety of Man, a very good choice. Occasionally, you can just look over things like the Shakespeare sonnets and find very surprising fits and applications for them, I guess. Walking the dog. Walk your dog down to the park. A re-upload from accidental deletion. Too bad about the accidental deletion, but glad this is back. Hopefully this is not something that depended on pre-patched tech from last year. Glitch, you are in the list. I don't know what you mean. You are right after Gooby. I don't know if anything would have glitched otherwise. Anything would have glitched would glitch. Anyway, Merlin, you said you're a bit tired, so you're going to sleep. Well, alright. You have a good night. I guess a great deal of our contingent from the Netherlands has been gradually logging off. Yeah, Warp World has been not the most reliable lately. But let's walk the dog. I assume that it is going to be something to do with SMB2 and a chomp stump. I saw the SMB2 mushroom already in the previous screen. And... whoops, yeah. Okay, I need to restart this because I do not have access to a second SMB2 mushroom by the looks of it. Let's get in a safe position and let's just wreck face. Chomp all the plants. That's what walking the dog does. It just despoils your neighbor's gardens. And okay, come on, go, go. Just Let him punch everything out. Okay, now I need to dodge the flowers, otherwise I will lose access to SMB2. That would not be ideal. If I still need the chomp for something. I kind of need to... okay. I probably should have just headed straight forward there. That was not visually very clear to me, but at the same time, without something like a bullet blast rate in play, it was pretty obvious, or should have been obvious, that those Buzzy Beetles were only going to be available to me once. Interestingly enough, being above the Buzzy Beetles is not something that depends on SMB2, so if I had accidentally picked up a Fire Flower and lost the Chomp, I would be able to make it further through that segment. And so, I mean, the level makes it pretty clear from the start that you should probably keep the Chomp, and then that's what this Fire Flower segment is all about. I kind of wonder if maybe it could have used an additional required Chomp lock here, because otherwise you could lose the Chomp and lose SMB2 and still have plenty of room to maneuver and get further in the level, and so, okay. Looks like I just need to go full speed ahead. School got cancelled for you because of a hurricane. Oh, I see. I did hear about the hurricane. I mean, there can be only so many going on in a world at once. But yeah, hopefully everything is still okay, infrastructure is still working, internet's still working, so you can come in here. I heard about how apparently people who have the new Microsoft Flight Simulator are flying into the weather simulation of the hurricane, and that they're all having a nice little virtual sightseeing tour that way. I haven't been watching any Flight Simulator on stream, but I'm sure you could find that pretty easily if you decided to look into it. No, I need to go right away. There's no room for hesitation. Yeah, the Chomp Gate up here is pretty neat. I would say that once you get into the Buzzy segments, it's sort of expecting the player to do a fairly specific thing in terms of your timing and the way you're reading it. And kind of expecting me to assume that there will be a Chomp required gate at the end of it, and I just don't see what it's going to be yet. But we'll just get across to Buzzies and we'll see how that looks from a design perspective. Okay, let's take this out. Yeah, the Chomp does take a little bit of RNG simply because, of course, these are designed such that you can't just sneak across them. Where, you know, if you can have things go down in one hit, that's probably much better. It's fine, though. I don't mind too much. I know some players are much more sensitive to anything that slows them down, especially in a platforming context. It does feel like a bit of a mismatch with how fast you need to go over the Buzzy segment later. But okay, that's actually a short segment. It's not a big deal. It's just that you only get one shot at it, unless you go back to the left and just try to respawn everything. I guess you could do that. It was theoretically recoverable. Okay. Bounce. Right, and then I see that I probably need to walk the Chomp over. Oh, okay. I keep thinking I'm going to bounce, and then this is SMB2, so I can actually stand. And I assume that I throw the stump. Okay, I'm going to get a P-Door and a Key-Door. That's fine. As long as you don't try to wait out the P-Switch and lose the P-Door. Okay. Kind of neat. Simple, but pretty neat. Yeah, Lemon Cat, if you want to see a really interesting variation on the chomp walking concept, you should look for Exonym's level in 4YM. I don't remember which one it was. Let me, or rather, which week it was. Let me try to pull that up. Because it was one that involved a chomp walking puzzle and lots of SMB2 interactions that got a lot of people stuck. Because there are some really interesting things you can do with walking the chomp when it comes to manipulating its speed and its positioning. Yeah, it was week 4 in 4YM. It's called Displacement Activity. So those of you interested in chomp walking, highly recommended. Okay, Gooby, I know you're still here for another submission, so why don't we take a look at yours? I mark this as a win. Yeah, Safety of Man, expect to get a bit stuck, because it is a very kind of obscure thing with the chomp walk, but once you figure it out, it is quite satisfying. It took me a long time, though. It was one of the things I was most stuck on when playing the 4YM levels. Hey, Virtual Gumbo, welcome. Yeah, queue is definitely still open. Hopefully you're able to stay for that. Will kind of depend on the difficulty of the various levels that we're looking at next, but still open for a bit. So Gooby is going to send me SWC DP1 J7, or sorry, 7JF. -3, don't look right. Okay, we see a 20-second record. Looks like there will be something involving slide momentum, perhaps, or some other bumping around. But obviously it will use a boo-based don't look mechanism, I would assume. Well, we're already kind of looking right by default, so I think I need to slide, and then once I'm past the gate, then... yeah, that's how I do it. And then I am losing a little too much momentum there. I really do need to jump sooner. But I do see... nope. Yeah, that's going to mess everything up. I need tons of momentum off the initial slide while facing left. And, okay, positioning was a little bit off there. But yeah, because as you lose momentum, you can't really complete this, so I just need nice jumps all the way from the start until I reach the next slope without accidentally hitting a down diagonal to the right. I can save it or I failed at the start. Interesting. Yeah, I guess I mostly just need to make it to the next slope. Or, yeah, ground pound. I see what you're saying. Need to time my jumps a bit better, I think. Yeah. And as long as I make it through, then as soon as you look right, the boo interaction is going to happen, and you have some Muncher protection on the central segment. Okay, have to pick up a little more speed on those slopes. I'm getting off the second slope a little too early, and I can tell because of the way I'm losing speed going into that next part. Whoops. Yeah, that was a problem. Okay. And yeah, I guess because of the way I'm facing left, I was not really thinking about the twirl. But we'll see. I'm not seeing it actually do much for me when it comes to my horizontal momentum. But if I need a bit of height gain, then maybe the approach I need to take. Yeah, you see I'm actually still slowing down by the time I get to this point. And Glitch, you're cooking? Yep. Thanks for letting me know. I've certainly had that happen quite a bit with submitting to streams myself, where my hands are just full when I'm called. But since you let me know in advance, that's okay. We'll just give you the benefit of the doubt if I see you on the online list. And Glitch, I assume that, as we discussed before, that is a world continuation from you anyway, when we get to you. You're telling me that you're pretty much twirling from every jump to conserve momentum? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's, not necessarily clear to me as something I should be doing, but I guess people who are more experienced with backslide mechanics would know how to do that, or would know the fact that they're supposed to do that. And actually, I want to build up speed. I want to have a fair degree of momentum going into the second slope. Gooby says, when you jump, reach the ground, you let Mario slide for a bit. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that I should do that. Because it seems like having the slide there actually slows me down. But I may be wrong. It's just that I might not have a very solid understanding of the backslide physics. Or this level of tightness. Hey, Loop and Snoop, we are still open. Yeah, it seems like we're losing way too much momentum already, but hey, I got through that. And then I messed up, but we did manage to reach a new point in the level. And oh, so much for that. Slide less and jump more. Yeah, I would have thought so. Because the slide is what starts to cut momentum. Waffle fries, right? If my understanding is correct. Oh, you okay? No, I understand what you're saying now, Gooby. That you're telling me that I'm doing that, but I shouldn't do that. Okay. Hence why you would want to roll that often. Loop and Snoop, thank you for the submission of your code. And yeah, we'll hopefully select something appropriate. Okay. That jump arc definitely expected I would still be having some kind of full momentum going into that. Anyway, let's just try to jump continuously and get as much airtime as I can. A little bit difficult to plan around where the jumps are going to be when they scroll in from the right. That sometimes if I just don't have the right pattern, then things are not going to go well. Yeah, Loop and Snoop, it's very much the don't look mechanism. The classic one, I think, from Maker 1. I do recognize it. You see the blasters being killed up top. Yeah, specifically Sieves, yeah. There are a couple of clues that do make me recognize that. Okay. Almost. Didn't really get a slide on that slope there, but then I landed a bit inaccurately on it. Okay, so it's on-off. That's kind of blinking off the stuff up top, right? Why would there be no alternative to on-off, though? Because, like, on a boo-based mechanism, it's still going to... Or rather, on a don't-look mechanism, it is going to be boo-based, right? There's... Okay, anyway. Let's try to get a bit of a run into that. If that makes any difference. And, okay, that's momentum cut right there. I lose momentum whenever I'm grounded, yep. I know. I am aware. I'm aware that's the problem. That's, I do have a little too much ground time all over the place. Yeah, execution-wise, though, like when things are scrolling into the right side, I sometimes have my intended plan that's thrown off quite a bit. So, we'll see what I can do with that. When it goes well, it really goes well. Yeah, too much ground time, for sure. Definitely needed way more speed going into that part in particular. And Gooby, you've been explaining the boo mechanism that you built into this? Okay, I see. Haven't quite processed that in detail just yet, but I'll look back at it afterwards. Okay, no, I just need one jump from that landing point there. I just need to do a full jump immediately, and hopefully be able to twirl up to the next stack just with a single jump from that. So that was the thing I wasn't quite planning around. Yeah. It's nice when it comes together. I think there are some things that are a bit difficult to see blind simply because, you know, there is going to be a pretty specifically intended jump pattern just in order to have the right spacing for when the columns go up. Yeah, I needed a full jump out of that. Okay. Gooby, I need to permit you to put links in the chat, but yeah, putting in a Discord is fine as well. If you want to put it in the chat, I can give you a temporary pass. But Discord is probably easiest. We do have a text section in there. Because realistically, if you put it in the chat, I'll just have to copy it over to the Discord anyway, or I'll forget. Okay. I wonder if I had time for a third twirl in there. I mean, I just had a kind of bad position on that slope. I needed to go down a bit more, but... yeah, came in a little whirly on that slope on the way up. Ground pound on all the slopes for more speed. Yeah, I should have considered that. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Unless I miss. Unless I miss and get away with it. Look at that. Yeah, Loop, I don't have any idea how old this level is. I wasn't really paying attention to the date. Given that it is a World 1 level from Gooby, I think it's one that's been sitting around for some time, so... I mean, obviously a lot of the kind of global tech for Maker 2 has been around for some time, but... I doubt everybody is up on that. Okay, should have done the ground pound strategy once more. But yeah, it is a setup that does have an exploitable timing window if you take a look at it closely. I mean, I can't exploit it consistently, but it is there. And it does happen. Okay. Yeah, I guess I do need a second jump out of this one. Yeah, I mean, obviously the thing I am supposed to do here is spam jump. The issue is just that occasionally I don't know where some of the down stacks are going to be. Or some of the stacks going up are supposed to be, rather, in terms of what my jump spacing ought to be if I'm going at full speed. You know, the kind of stuff where if you were just running to the right, you would have the ability to make adjustments, but here, not so much. Because normally when you're just running left to right and doing normal jumps, you have the ability to pull back and cut your speed, right? So it's not a big deal if you are jumping too close to the next stack. Here, if you wind up jumping too close to the next stack, you don't really have much of a recourse. The Boo is probably despawning in between because the spacing isn't exactly right. Okay. I haven't actually looked at the illustration of this mechanism yet. I think I know what mechanism this is, but I can see that being the vulnerability. Just when you have a very precise timing, that it's not totally safe. And yeah, you can see there was one cycle there where I accidentally looked to the right and it did not activate. Okay, we'll just try to get through this from a platforming perspective and try to make it work. Okay, once again, I think that was just a mistake in diagonal. Yeah, Gooby, the point that Loop is making, I think, is that there, as a result of this spacing, there is always a point in every cycle when it could break. It's not that you messed up the copy, it's that the mechanism fundamentally has a vulnerability in it, just from the spacing, if I understand it correctly. I haven't really looked at the full illustrations yet, but that's how I understand it. Like, the problem is not how you're copying it, the problem is that the design itself has a gap. But maybe it's not copied properly, who knows. Yeah, I don't really know, because I, again, haven't looked at the accompanying illustrations just yet. Okay. Yeah, but you can see when you jump too close, you just hit the wall. The original mechanism does not have this vulnerability? Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I can try to pull it up on the preview screen. I think it would probably be too small to look at in detail, but Gooby did post the thing that you were working off of, so... Okay. Nope. Just had a facing error when I did the ground pound. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that in spite of the fact that so much relatively low-budget global tech has been discovered quite early into this game, that some of it has not really percolated throughout the level design just yet. I mean, maybe that's just what happens when Steve decides to take 5 months off and just get much less publicity for this from people who are not already really attentive to, you know, people who are posting tech. Okay. Getting some D-pad errors here, so let's see how long I've been on this. I feel like I can do it. It is one that is throwing me off slightly. Okay. Yeah, once again, being able to get through and over some of that stuff. And yeah, we've been on this for about 20 minutes. That's fine, we'll put in a few more attempts. The blind walls are the main problem, I find. Because that's the one thing, as I was saying earlier, that from a design perspective, well, one of the many things you can't do when you're locked to looking left is you have no way of pulling back on a jump while maintaining forward momentum. And conventionally, when you're thinking about how Mario deals with blind walls, going left to right, facing forward, that's how you deal with it, right? Like, there's no problem with being too close. Like, it might cut speed, so it's a problem for speedrunners, but it's not a problem for platforming. But when you have a certain sequence of jumps that brings you too close to the walls, with a don't look setup like this, you don't actually have room for correction. I mean, the way to do it is just make it a little more relaxed, such that you don't need full momentum to get up at that. But it is a little difficult to find what the optimal position is supposed to be in order to get over each of those successive walls. So from a, like, not even talking about the mechanism, but from a level design perspective, that would be the main thing to think about here. That some of it is not very blind friendly, rather. I can one frame wall jump in a level like this. Oh, you mean like against the, against here? And still maintaining my facing position? Is that what you mean? Oh, or... like, are you talking about... Oh, I see. Okay, okay. No, that's a one-frame wall jump, yeah. Yeah, no, I actually did just pull that off. I mean, I would not be able to do that reliably. It would not get me through the level anyway. Like, I'm thinking, though, that if you had a way to just face immediately, then... yeah. I see what you mean. Okay. It could be that I have more than one frame, but I also have no way of guessing at that. So, to the extent that it happens by accident. Because, yeah, maybe there are a few frames of vulnerability there, but I have no idea when that's going to be. I mean, I guess I could sort of watch the blaster timings or something, but when actually playing the level live, that's a lot of guesswork. It's not really an actual strategy. So I'll put in a few more attempts on this Gooby, and then I'll probably put it aside. I mean, I think having a don't look mechanism with a sliding level is generally a concept that is worth exploring and does lead to some interesting designs. I think that just from a platform design perspective, though, it's like there's some things like the momentum cuts from the walls that don't quite work with this. Things like getting over the saws and getting some of the successive jumps down, yeah, it works. But going up the walls can be a bit of a problem. Oh yeah, Loop. No, I guess you're talking about the... amount of wiggle room you have on a wall jump. Okay. Yeah, no, I thought we were still talking about generally, you know, finding the gap in the don't look facing mechanism. But yeah, given that you're thinking about how much room you have, you know, at the point of activation, like when you're facing, then I see what you're talking about. Okay. Gooby pointed out that Chuck E. Cheese is live, like the actual Chuck E. Cheese. First of all, weren't they in dire financial trouble? And second of all, isn't Chuck E. Cheese just Nolan Bushnell's business to begin with? So aren't they running... I mean, it would be on brand for them to be running Atari games, right? Yeah, just one more attempt on this, since you are probably going to try to do some revisions on it anyway. And yeah, we'll just tap out of it. 17 seconds, we probably got reasonably close. Yeah, because I got over to coins, I was actually quite close. We were not far from doing this, but you can kind of see on the preview screen what the copied mechanism is. And yeah, I think that for a level like this, the length is actually appropriate. I was expecting the ending to hit pretty much, you know, with 1 or 2 obstacles to go, and that was accurate. I had a little bit of trouble with that slope before the last set of saw blades, simply because it was a bit of a tight spacing, and I think that was mostly the thing I was having trouble with. Because after that, you just have the one additional slope, and then it's up to the flag, so quite close, and yet so far. So thanks for that. Yeah, Gooby, I'm aware that Wendy's marketing has really been tapping into games for some time. They were pushing, you know, Wendy's and Smash and all that sometimes. So, yeah, thank you for the submissions. Hope to see more of yours around. And have fun rebuilding. Okay, at this point, I will... First of all, it's going to be sub next. Lich, I know you're here, but Loopin' Snoop has the active sub right now, so it'll be Loopin' Snoop first, and then you. And then it'll be straight down the list. And, yeah, totally fine for you to chill. I think at this point, I will... I'll pick out a level from Loopin' Snoop's code first, because I think that was the profile code for your previous profile. And we'll get something with kind of a reasonable clear rate on it, and like not going to grind out something too hard, because I am probably going to close the queue and then play through everybody who has already submitted. Oh, you changed it to a specific level. Okay, you changed the code. Okay, that's fine. Particularly if it was a fresh upload. Okay, sure. Let's take a look at what you have here, if it's something very fresh or Star Swap Sanctum. Okay, Team Jamp, 3% or so. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take an initial look at this. I will definitely close by the time I'm finished this level. If it goes quickly, we'll play it first and then close. If we're struggling with a spot on it, I might close somewhere in the middle. So this is last call for anybody who means to submit. You've got the next few minutes to send me anything if you're not already in the queue. So yeah, last call. Star Swap Sanctum, only a star can guide you deeper into this protected sanctuary. Always quite happy to see the Team Jamp tag. A lot of that seems to be right in the pocket of what I can handle when it comes to platforming. I think that's the audience that Team Jamp was largely reaching. Ah, okay, so you wall jump using the star to maintain invincibility. That gives you the 30 coin, and then that releases the door. Great. Now, I wasn't really watching the on-off mechanism that carefully, but I think it's based on a star detector, right? So if you have a star, then the state is in blue. When the star expires, then the state is in red. Am I understanding that correctly? That it is based on a star detector? However that works. And yeah, so we have a star here. And let's refresh the star down low. Kind of interesting how responsive this is. I don't know this mechanism. And I also don't have the key. And then, okay, yeah. So I'll just redo that. Nice thing, too, is that if you lose the star prematurely, everything is recoverable because it just reverts to the original state of the level before you made any kind of spectacular blunders like I did. So why don't we just chill and then redo. Yeah, you made the swapping detector. It's very fast. That's the thing that strikes me about it right away. Navigationally, I need to figure out what's going on, though. Okay, it's going to be heading up to the left side and then collecting the key once the star expires and then dropping the platform that has the blaster on top. Blaster on top might give me something like an additional star, I'm not really sure. But it's clear to me that I need to drop through here, wall jump through this side, go up to the left. Ah, yeah, might as well just climb. Nope. Didn't want to do the wall slide on the left side, that was very much accidental. I was trying to fall over to the left, or on the right wall, rather. Nope. Hang on, that was totally bungled. I wanted to go for the thwomp. Okay. Yeah, really neat idea. And we'll just wait for the expiry. It's not super fast, but it's pretty good, yeah. There is a specific letter you can't type right now. Okay, your E. Press F to pay respects to Loop and Snoop's E. Okay, that's gonna expire. Drop this guy. And then over, yeah. At least you still have an F character, yeah, very useful. Did that just happen? Because you said something about the popular curse, it used to have a 10% clear rate, and then that's when your letter E decided to zonk out on you. The precise moment. We were there for that moment in history. Looks like that's going to be a Stargate for sure. Stargate SG-1. Stargate Atlantis. One of those. Looks like we will need to get another star first to get back there, and then that's going to be a star refresh off the claw. Can't really visualize where all of those paths are going to go just yet. Let's grab a star. Follow the wall jumps. Bust this gate open. And continue. And why am I back here? Oh, did I need to lower that platform? Hang on. Got a Z down here. Ah, no. I can continue from this spot. That's important. No. Oh, whoops. It's going to wall jump over to the 30 coin that I just missed. You're making a YouTube video on this level, okay. Yeah, it's a pretty interesting mechanism. I'd certainly be glad to see what's going on if I can't puzzle it out beforehand, but this looks like something I just have not seen. Can't necessarily discern, but I don't know enough about how stars work in this game, so... Unless it's based on power-up limit. But I'm assuming it can't be because of the way that the stars are coming out of the pipes continuously. That there is no spawn cap on them right now. Whoops. Let's actually hug the wall for the wall jump for once. Yeah, I didn't think it was power-up limit. Because just seeing the pipe, that is enough to tell me it can't be. I feel like I do need to drop that platform, don't I? Whoops. Blue platform. Yeah, once I wrap around to that side. There's some intermediate progress that I should be doing here. Once it's in the off state, yeah, drop that platform. Don't really know what that does. Apart from giving me a gentle way down. But we'll find out. Okay. Really have to fix up that wall jump. I don't know why I'm pulling away so early. It is a star detector. But I don't know much about star detector mechanisms, unfortunately. Just not having seen very many of them. I mean, it's very obviously a star detector, it's just, I don't know what kind. Okay, I'm really kind of slow on this whole part here, but we'll lower the platform. That's going to... Ah, okay, that's going to maintain position, wonderful. Spinny, spinny. And through. You have not shown other people using your device, even though you made it public. Okay. Whoops, no. I've definitely seen some places on the internet, Loop and Snoop, where the approach that they take to moderation is, instead of just blocking out your message, they take out all the vowels. They call it disembowelment. And even though you're only missing the letter E right now, as in Georges Perec's famous La Disparition, that is kind of what your messages look like. So. But yeah, it's, in some cases, their way of saying, we're going to let you have access to the sort of offensive or unacceptable thing that was being said, just for the record, but we're going to demonstrate very clearly that we don't condone it by taking out all the vowels. The only thing that could be worse would be to lose your spacebar. You can get around that with things like dashes, or periods, or other things. Well, if he uses a 3, it's going to look like Leet Speak, right? I don't know if Loop wants to debase himself like that. Do people still know what Leet Speak is? Because I feel like it's one of those things that probably just exposes what internet generation I'm from. Okay. Small jump up here. I'm going to ignore that 30 coin for the time being. Spin jump over this guy. 30 coin, let's do it. Oh. That could have been a ground pound gone wrong. And then do I follow it down? Yes, I do. Ah, here's the 30 coin. And, okay, too slow. Okay. Yeah, definitely sequence that takes a bit of situational awareness to navigate at first. But that's what happens when you have a crisscrossing layout like this. With any string of on-off activations, regardless of whether you're using something like a star mechanism. And it's fairly clear. I mean, you know, the thwomps are pretty obviously power-up gates for the star. Okay, grab this. Down. And yeah, we'll almost heed that instruction. 1K-Man demonstrating some ample fluency in LeetSpeak, I see. Our local LeetSpeak consultant. Our LeetSpeak dialect coach. Who will kind of show us how to do proper LeetSpeak. Grammatical LeetSpeak. Okay. It's actually kind of interesting, just how things like video game lingo has changed over time. Like, when was the last time you heard somebody talking about fragging somebody else in a game, for instance? That seemed like it was all over the place back in the 90s in FPS, that people would be fragging each other. You know, with things like frag grenades or whatever else you have in Quake and Doom. Anyway, that's Star Swap Sanctum. So it's kind of funny because Loop and Snoop's name doesn't have the letter E in it. Star Swap Sanctum is a title that doesn't have the letter E in it either. Everything, you know, is going smoothly. The level code, HR74LNKG, no letter E. Everything going just fine. The add command, !add, you're still able to do that. Yeah. I think you might want to do like a manual copy and paste into a text file of anything frequent that you might need to use the letter E for, like any commands that you are constantly punching in. But anyway, I hope you get that fixed up soon. I have no idea if you just spilled something on your keyboard while you were typing, but it seemed to happen mid-sentence when you were in a chat, so best of luck with that. Oh yeah, I guess, you know, TF2, yeah, you would definitely have a lot of fragging. Never mind, we're not that old. The key just popped out while typing. Okay. Spectacular. Anyway, at this point, as warned, we are going to close the queue. Luckily, I have access to my E key. Do that. Just a moment. And yeah, Loop will definitely keep an eye out for the YouTube guide to the star detector mechanism that you set up. Seems like that would be something that has quite a lot of life left in it when it comes to design. Let me just update my stream title quickly to reflect the fact that we have closed up. For those of you new here, my policy is that I'm not going to leave you hanging if you are already in the queue. If you are staying and you are online, I will play you. We might have to be a little bit quicker than usual about things like world submissions or things that are kind of mega levels that take a long time. I might have to cut things short. If I'm choosing a level, I might have to choose something that's on the easier side, but regardless, we are going to look at everybody who is in and is staying. So let me just close that up quickly. The bot is also displaying properly. So yeah, if you're in, no worries, I'm not going to leave you hanging. So we're going to start with Glitch. And Glitch is going to be the continuation of the Gunhead, which is the Cuphead-inspired world. As usual, I'll try to observe world rules. That we might do the second level in the sequence if the first one we play goes by quickly. By quickly, I mean, you know, within the first 10 to 15 minutes. I think I had previously cleared 3 parts of this. So as with Cuphead, it does alternate between platforming levels and boss levels. The run and gun and the wallop. And yeah, we were previously on part 4, which should be a boss. And all of them involve shooting things with a cannon hat. 6 each, yep. Ready? Wallop! Okay, so we need to defeat the Thwomp, and we'll see how that goes. Once again, have an exclamation block on the exclamation point. I find that to be a really interesting device. Okay, we did that accurately, but I needed to come up here for the next shot, and I missed that opportunity. That's okay were it not for the timer. The timer does enforce that I need to do this fairly quickly, and I can't just wait for the Thwomp to start over. Explicit, we actually just closed up, so I cannot guarantee that I can get you a play, but if we finish up early with time to spare and you are still here, I can reopen for your code. But you just missed the last call. Thank you for coming by anyway, as always. Yeah, okay, I needed to land back on the Thwomp and then get a second shot on the second pipe. That's pretty clear to me. Okay. I should not have done that. And yeah, Explicit, we do have a Discord channel set up now that does have live notifications that work most of the time. Okay, that's going to die, and then I need to do something else, don't I? Probably jump ahead. Not clear to me, but whoops. No time to spare. I see that the timer is tuned to 40 seconds. I didn't actually take note of the speed record going into this, not knowing that it was going to be a tight timer. But it's okay. Jump. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Because the Thwomp went backwards earlier because it had reached the end of its route. Explicit, you want me to test world for cheese? Okay. I mean, as I said, we'll see if we have time, but I am already kind of winding down the rest of the queue, and so I just don't know if I'll have time left over to look at that. But yeah, if you stick around, we'll see if I can do that. I'm too late on that shot. That's what's happening, is that if I'm faster on that shot, then the Thwomp does not get caught up in all that stuff. Because it is hitting a POW in its own right if I'm too slow. I am beginning to notice that on the bottom track, so... what? Missed. Okay, wait 1 second. I blew this attempt while I was multitasking on my keyboard. Okay. Yeah, once again, the exclamation block on the exclamation point is a very nice touch. I noticed that with the previous one, too. The second level in the sequence. No. If I fire early enough, I can just stay on Thwomp. I don't need to panic. I can go up the pipe and then fire at the next on-off. That is right by where the Podoboo is coming up. Okay. No, I need a fully charged shot. I don't know why I released too early there. And yeah, you're concerned about a cheese that is probably harder than the intentional path? Okay. I'll think about that when I get a chance to look at it. Whoops, too early. Always have trouble with some of the vertical pipe entries. Okay. Oh, too late. Yeah, I think on that third shot, it's not necessarily clear that it is so time sensitive. I mean, it is clear once you die to it first time. Could be that I'm just overly cautious when I'm playing blind. And, whoops, once again, not holding the charge long enough. Yeah, there is this kind of tension point where you have to hold the shot long enough in order to build the charge, or it just winds up being out of range and too slow. But at the same time, you also can't hold it too long, because then the thwomp just kind of dies in the lava, and so it is a specific timing that I'm looking for, and maybe I should be paying attention to that arrow indicator a little more closely. Don't know yet what my fix will be, but I think, yeah, just charging the shot and... Whoops. No, I wanted to fire at that, obviously, but... I just missed a shot and thought, okay, let's bob it. That was not the correct instinct. And... Explicit, you were telling me about a wall jump off the thwomp? I don't know why I would want to do that. Because you do need the thwomp to continue surviving past that point. But I'll see about that. You need to understand quite a bit about momentum here. It seems like the arrow is the shot marker. It does feel like shooting at the arrow comes a bit late, though. So I might just need a better estimation of the range on a charged shot generally. But yeah, firing as soon as I'm charged is almost certainly the best method. Like that. Up. Failing at a vertical pipe entry once again. And Glitch is giving me a designer suggestion, which is to shoot right at the arrows. Yeah, I was thinking that would probably be the clearest visual indication. But right now, since the charge shot is in range, I don't need to be right on the dot, I just need to be charged. Okay. A little too far over to the right. That's the thing about the artwork on a box hat, it can throw off my sense of my center position quite a bit. And when it does so, that's the kind of thing that happens. So, those of you who have seen me play 3D World stuff in particular before know how much trouble I can run into with vertical pipe entries. No, I killed it. That was bad. I wanted to let it through first, and then drop down, and then ride it out. Okay. You made it so I need to thwomp all the way through to make it like a battle that is the whole level, yeah. Sort of interesting that you would have the 40-second tuning here. Obviously, you're limited by how long the thwomp can travel at full speed. And with the wings, actually. You know, in terms of how much horizontal space you have to build. But yeah, as you very well know, I mean, obviously Cuphead kind of has the difficulty it does because it is standardized around these massive multi-phase creations that are standardized around 2 to 3 minutes. And that wouldn't be possible with the Thwomp traveling at this speed with the amount of space that you have with a palette that is 10 screens wide. But I think the general concept works quite well, that, you know, it is this kind of consistent character. You need to keep him alive for the time being, but then you turn on him in one of the great anime betrayals. As long as it starts moving, it won't stop, yeah. Unless I kill it with red POWs, which is the issue I was running into when firing too late. I think that's what was going on. Whoops. Yeah, I mean, obviously. Okay, that's okay. This is something we can fix up. It's fun, though. It's very different from what usually gets set up as a boss fight in a Mario context. Whoops, lost the gun head. That's too bad. So I'll just scout ahead to see what's going on here. Okay, I will need to dodge bullets and fire into the higher pipe, but I do need to be aware of the fact that the bullet blasters will fire at me, and we'll just need to exercise some caution. Oh, too close once again. This level is where it became more of its own thing than a remake of Cuphead, yeah, I can tell. But that you still have the run and gun plus boss structure. And that's fine. I mean, you know, it's better to create something like whenever it comes to tribute levels, I think sometimes people put too much of a priority over the flavor of the tribute. Like, put too much of a priority on the flavor of the tribute over the kind of inherent playability for people who won't necessarily pick up on the reference. I think it's always the priority, or should be, to make a level that works well as a self-contained experience. Or as a world experience in this case. And so yeah, it works quite nicely as a very focused boss sequence. But yeah, once again, that's going to get me quite often. Oh, I have to pay attention to the fact that I am playing this in a world and I'm almost out of lives. I'd almost forgotten that I had lives here, but that's okay. We're still on the first level of this session, and so I will, of course, continue past game over. I sometimes do observe... Whoops. Game over. And it's not affected by the restarts anyway. But I sometimes do observe game over when it comes to playing worlds, but only if I'm fairly far along. So yeah, it's kind of nice. It's very unlike most boss fights or even thwomp chases that I've seen. In spite of the fact that it's fundamentally the same kind of concept as something like a train level, and there are of course tons of train levels all over Mario Maker, but you know, by having the thwomp kind of there as a character who is also your designated target, as the clear condition tells you, that's something that's sort of a unique and elegant way of doing this. Okay, here we go. Nope, I wanted to jump over all of those, fire into the P-switch, and then the thwomp would take me through the P-switch. That's about 7 seconds remaining, and that's close to the end. Okay, once more. And let's get into a decent position for this bit here. Okay, survived that. I don't know about that Podoboo, that seems really risky. Okay, gonna knock him out. Nice ending. I could kind of see how that was going to go, but it's timed such that there is a bit of tension there. Obviously, timed in such a way that you can one-shot it. But just enough tension on both the obstacle itself as well as the clock when you realize you need to rapid fire. Yeah, that one went really well, I think. Let me see where we currently are on the clock. We're kind of right at the 15-minute mark, so I'll take a look at the first one. I probably won't stay on it past game over if I do hit it. But we'll continue briefly, and then we will go down to the rest of the list. This will be the last one I do from this sitting, though. Like the last one from this world that I do in this sitting. I don't know if we'll finish it, but we'll at least get as far as putting in 4 lives, not counting the soft restarts. Okay, so we're going to have the car, and of course, as with the previous levels, we do need to keep the cannon box. Yeah, not everyone realizes you need to rapid fire in that segment. I mean, that's kind of a reaction time thing. Like, that's obviously the only time that you need to rapid fire in that level, but I think it's pretty fair to change that up when you do just have enough time to read it and react. It's not like it's super tight. Okay, that was a really curious interaction. I guess I needed a P-switch to be active. That without the P-switch being active, that I can't get through that. I don't think I saw where a P-switch is. So yeah, I am going to adjourn this at game over, but it's kind of nice to get an initial read on it. It'll be a preview for the next time we continue this world. I guess I was supposed to fire at that too. Still don't know what's going on with the P-switch. He was active. Okay. Too slow. I see. I was supposed to beat that. Let me just scout ahead slightly, just to see what's going on past this obstacle. Okay. Looks like the car just bounces over the bullets. Shoot at arrows, don't bonk the car. Yeah, I guess the timing would be designed around that, so. Okay. Yeah. Right, because that gets you safely through that gate, much more safely, in fact. And too slow. Once again, I'm going to do a quick scouting attempt on the bonsai builds that are in the next stack, just so I see what I have to look forward to. I see, so the P-switch still needs to be active at that point. I don't know what the P activation is coming from. I don't think I've been able to pay attention to that or see it on screen. So I'm not sure what... Like, basically, I don't see the P timer, and so I don't know how to play around it other than just going fast. I guess I am just supposed to go fast. Whoops. Top bullet blaster activates it. Okay, I see. Yeah, kind of interesting how that bump happens. Oh, it's because it's from the bullet. Yes. Right. Oh, miss. Fairly tight. Hit exclamation block and that's a P timer. I see. Right, because that's what it would be compressing against. Yeah, I guess that wasn't totally clear to me, simply because, you know, I'm seeing the P blocks and I'm thinking, oh, okay, clearly I need to beat a P timer, but I don't know what trigger I'm reacting to. And so, it can be challenging to... Yeah, I'm off the intended timing here, obviously. Oddly enough, I guess the reason that's not survivable is because I do still need to get ahead of the P here, so that would be what's gating it off. Okay, so that's going to be our preview of that level. Just for the sake of time, since we're past queue closing, I will have to save that for the next time we have a resubmission. Or we might do a fuller continuation if you are here for the weekend stream. For those of you who are new here on the weekend streams, I don't run the Qbot, and so I take longer with things like worlds and longer levels that have already spilled over from earlier in the week. And yeah, very happy to continue this, for sure. We'll just take it a piece at a time. Glitch, it is posted in the Discord. It's not going to be in this time slot. It is usually in the late time slot. So that would be late night in NA and morning in EU. I don't know if you'd be able to make it, but sometimes I record some things anyway, and if we manage to do yours, we can also send you to VOD. Failing that, you can continue to resubmit this in viewer levels, and we'll continue according to world rules as we've been doing so far. Yeah, once again, I know most of you are probably there already, but I'll just pull up the Discord link for those of you who are newer or less regular here and want to follow the scheduling information, particularly when we change things due to emergencies, which actually happens more often than I would like. So 1Kman is going to give me X11, XT4, EKF. Ah, okay, so this is going to be another Valve-inspired level. Capture the Flag 2 Fort. That's a Counter-Strike thing, right? Or, oh no, that's a Team Fortress thing, of course. I know this map. Scout and Spy, and yeah, Team Fortress. Scout and Spy are AFK. Do their job and take the intel from the red team. So we'll see which class we're playing at on 2 Fort. A lot of Valve attributes coming from 1Kman. Can't wait to see what you do at Portal. I mean, apart from putting a cake in the end. Okay, yeah, in Glitch, sometimes we try to start those a bit early. I can't always guarantee that, though, so... Okay, so... I mean, obviously I just need to think about doing this. Get rid of the gate, go through. Right, because that's just your exit point from blue team. It looks like we'll eventually wrap back around here with a key once we are through the other blue pipe. So Buzzy, Blaster, and Key, those are the visual cues we have down there. It's been probably a decade since I last played TF2, so a lot of this will be maybe less familiar to me. I know I'm probably not supposed to damage boost through like that, am I? But we did it anyway. On the other hand, it gives you a refreshable mushroom, and so maybe that is the approach. I have to kind of mind my head here. And yeah, Glitch, you have a good night. Okay, you have a Magic Koopa that is fixed in place on a track. These guys down low on this platform. Oh, I see, because this is the point. Stand on the point. I sometimes recognize some of this stuff. Yeah, I don't care for Counter-Strike either. TF2 was definitely kind of a fun party back when I was doing it, though. Okay, it's telling me something about the Spiny and the key this time. Oh, whoops. It's unfortunate. Mushroom is not actually going to come up my way. Okay. This one will. I'm gonna have way more keys than I need. And a shelmet. And a way to get back up. No. No way to get back up. So I think I just need to, first of all, avoid the burner and head upstairs this way. Interesting thing about the keys staying alive is that it does imply that you have enough doors to match it up with. Okay. Ah, here's the red base. What if we just slid down instead of going through... Ah, no, we were here previously. We just needed a key. It is capture the flag. Yes, that's right. Right, because now we're at the red base and we'll work our way back through. I kind of understand it. I mean, I think it would probably feel abstract to me if I had zero familiarity with something like TF2, but I do get that the idea is to kind of retrace your steps through each of those. Oh, look at Boom Boom. I guess he was spawn blocked earlier. And maybe that's what the keys are telling you? I hope it was correct to come back here. Aha! Here's a little bit of spawn blocking tech. I suppose that's the heavy who's going after you now. Gotta say, maybe I should have paid a little more spatial attention to where I was going. Right, because we spawned in with a blue base. I need to go down, and then I probably should have gone in the other direction. Yep. Yeah, my spatial memory for this layout has been somewhat poor, but I suppose we'll just hop over those guys. That's going to be O and 2. 1 and 2. And I'm missing a key. Okay. Right, because we need to tie this up. Now, I don't know if I need to nuke one of these guys for the key. I kind of feel like I have to. Unless I just missed one of the flags. Yeah, that's the only thing, I guess, that even knowing what the flavor of this level is supposed to be, what the narrative and theme are supposed to be, it can be a little bit tricky to navigate. Simply because by the time I get to the end, I don't know how many keys I need. But we'll make it through this way. And one more. And that's going to be a win. Blue wins. Got it. Sort of. Didn't really give me a 1-up. Not quite high enough. Yeah, I don't know how easily even somebody who kind of knows the concept and the layout could sort of reconstruct what you're doing just from looking at it visually. I think by the end it was fairly clear, but as you can see, I definitely needed to run out of keys and double back a little bit because it's not always clear what the condition will be to proceed. But it's certainly a good effort at translating that into a side-scrolling format. Yeah, thank you once again, 1K-Man. We're going to look at Publime next. Fun fact, that's the second version of it. Well, of course it is, because it's Team Fortress 2. Had a soft lock in the first version. Okay, yeah, definitely something that would want to address. Okay, Pub Lime is going to give me something short and sweet. Whoops. How did I accidentally back out of that? Wanted to Zed my way to victory. So we'll do some spinning. And we've got about 1% on this, slightly under. But about 13 seconds on the record, and so it is going to be a bit of a short accuracy check, and given that it's not surprising that there would be a lot of deaths in a very quick succession. So let's play. "13 seconds and 20 seconds on a timer" tells me that I do have some flexibility on the clock, just probably not much flexibility on the obstacles. And indeed, I probably need to go right off the edge here, yeah. Oh, interesting that the clown car actually introduces a little bit of flexibility on the part of the player. Once again, have to go right off the edge. This is your second level, okay. Let's maybe find slightly different height for leaving the car. I mean, that's clearly just an edge jump challenge. That's something I do fail at quite often. You do mark that quite clear with the coins that... okay, and the coins also mark how to get out of the clown car, which is interesting. Okay, it's going to be bounce, and then on a thwomp, and then forward. We had about 3 seconds left due to the repeat there, but I'm just kind of learning it as it goes. Yeah, gonna come down to the marker. You like the flair of the sound effect in the booze? Yeah, it is quite nice to have that scatter. Whoops. I think with the coin marker for the clown car jump, there is a bit of ambiguity over whether the car should be centered there or if I should be centered on that coin. But then... whoops. Needed a nice full jump. Way back. Did manage it previously. I think I have a much more consistent position with it, though. I mean, obviously you're designing this with a certain expectation of, you know, having to be quite accurate. Not super, super accurate, but, you know, reasonably accurate. I find that for usually my comfort zone with difficulty, I often crave an extra block instead of having an edge jump, but then that's just my habit to be jumping off the center of a tile, because that suffices for most Mario purposes, just not really Mario Maker purposes. Whoops. There are 2 ways to beat it. The world record is a hidden way. The main way is a tight 20-second run. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Well, congratulations on a guy who managed to do it the secret way, then. Because I'm certainly looking at the spring on the right side, thinking that's awfully suspicious. It's probably not that, but... Okay, I need to think about a better bounce pattern, and it's not going to be just about following that coin. Whoops. See, that's what happens with me in edge jumps, is I either overshoot or undershoot. And... whoops. Kind of wonder if I should be spin jumping into the trampoline. I think given its height and given the concept of the level, that's probably what the expectation should be, instead of doing a regular jump, for instance. But that, given the supposed tightness of the timer, I definitely do need to bounce back. I don't know how tight it'll be, but we'll try to take a decent look at it. Okay. Felt like I lost quite a bit of time in a clown car, actually, but... Okay, I was probably just slightly off going into that segment after hitting the switches on the left side, the top left, which was why the spiny timing was not exactly advertised. I was probably just slightly behind. That's what I gathered from it, anyway. Okay, still not getting a good position out of there, at least not a very consistent one. Spiny timing, yeah, I know it'll be when they enter the screen, but the thing is, I'm entering the screen and scrolling to the left, like it's based under column, right? So... Well, let me take a look at that. I need to think about the spacing on that before I comment on that further. Yeah, I was thinking it should be something consistent, but if they've already spawned in... I mean, I don't know what their spawn position is, that's the thing. But because if they've already spawned in by the time you go right to left, they would not be out of range for the despawn, I don't think. But I may be wrong. I may have miscounted the squares there. It kind of looks like you can shortcut that corner, doesn't it? Like that you can catch the Thwomp on its way down. And just hop over to the right side. I mean, it would be tricky. It actually kind of seems like it can be done. I don't know that I want to try it, but... be a bit of a weird timing. And thank you for the cheers, by the way. I appreciate that vote of confidence when I'm honestly not very far. Whoops. Yeah, just coming out of that a bit late. I need to take that earlier in order to hit the trampoline accurately. Yeah, maybe earlier jump into the trampoline and then followed by 2 full jumps. Yep, that's it. Nice. That needed to be right on the edge in order to be accurate. I knew that, given the coin placement, and also, you know, just a precedent for having to do edge jumps all over this level. Yeah, that's progress. Just a matter of whether I can get some of these trouble spots down a little more consistently. Okay, a little bit late once again on the jump to the trampoline. Like, that's the thing that's going to affect that whole pattern. And that's the jump that needs fixing. It's the very first jump here. Now it's too early. But if I catch the trampoline at a good timing, everything else there should fall into place. Oh hey, look at that sneaky little fire clown car to the right side. That's very suspicious. Dev clown car? I don't know. Okay, no. Well, I mean, I guess if you took the block over to Boo afterwards, then... Like, we know the dev route isn't that much of a shortcut. It saves... I mean, 7 seconds is fairly considerable when you're talking about that being a third of the timer on a 20-second level. It is a big savings. Clown car is even harder. You have to ride at the top of the swamps, yeah. Oops. What a tantalizing clown car, though. I mean, the arrow pointing left certainly discourages you from looking that way. But okay, just a little bit early on that jump. And yeah, Spiny looks pretty consistent from what I can tell. Because you are scrolling far enough to the left when you round the corner, left side. It's more that I need to do most of my jumps slightly later. Okay, that was miraculously successful. Okay, that was not quite it. And yeah, about 3 seconds on the clock at that point, I can definitely tell that I'm close. Okay, once more. Yeah, the standard clown car is actually kind of a satisfying element, not just because of the scattering of taboos that was mentioned earlier, but because normally I find that, you know, a lot of tight speed levels like this, they can be very strict in terms of always feeling like the player is just in a narrow corridor the whole way. And so even though you do have to be accurate about the clown car, it's just one of those elements that gives you this temporary sense of flexibility in a way that's actually not that usual for speed levels of this sort. Like, it kind of makes you feel like you can continue to shave off milliseconds just by doing the clown car segment well. It's this tiny little thing that you can manipulate and improve. And it's also just satisfying to scatter the boost. So, tension and relief, kind of like a song. Yeah, because of the way that you cut momentum when you fall into the car and kind of re-accelerate out of that. I find that that's something that often a lot of tight timer speedrun levels don't really get, is that they're often thinking, okay, we've got 20 seconds, it's just going to be constant adrenaline. When having a certain sort of push and pull is something that can add a lot to a level like this. When you think about, okay, am I going to make the timer, and how much control do I have over this element? It's the same thing that goes on with this conveyor segment over here, that you have that moment of thinking, okay, am I going to you know, get out of this temporarily present loss of control, where, you know, you have like this one element that you can't do much with in terms of speed, and then you suddenly spring forward again. And I think it's kind of the same sort of philosophy as the clown car in that way, in terms of how this level is built. And it does feel different in that way, just from how a lot of these 20-second levels tend to be tuned. Because, you know, you play enough of these, and after a while you feel like you're seeing like every single 20-second level cliche, right? But this actually does bring a few things to the table. Okay, got it. And that's all smiles. You've found a temporary fix to your E key problem. Excellent. You replaced your E key with a comma key? Okay, so you just remapped it? And yeah, thank you, Sublime. And thank you once again for the cheers. Glad to have you here. And though we're closed today, would be quite happy to see more from you in the future. I believe Waffle Fries is next, but let me just pull that up to be sure. Actually, no, Virtual Gumbo. Virtual Gumbo is still online. Oh, you physically took the working comma key. Ah, yes, Virtual Gumbo is still here. Great, thank you for checking in. K7Y 1KW 3G. I mean, yeah, Lupin Snoop if you considered the comma expendable. Although I guess, you know, the keys that would have a bit of redundancy to them, that actually would be more expendable, like control keys and such, would not be the same fit as the ones that are alphanumeric. On a lot of keyboards anyway, so I guess your options with that might have been a bit limited. Anyway, this is a recourse you've re-edited. Not sure if I've played it before. Marsh Madness. I'm not sure, but we'll take a look anyway. Embarrassingly easy? It's not embarrassing. Like, the thing about easier levels, like this one where you watch for saw blades, traditional style with secrets, comfy swamp feels. The thing about submitting levels to Twitch is, like, don't feel pressured into making hard stuff. You know, like, you have no idea how much streamers actually appreciate a bit of a break, too. Just, take in something that's a bit more traditional from time to time. I think a lot of people don't recognize that simply because the harder levels take up so much airtime. And that's always been my theory, is that, like, you roll the dice in a given stream, and most of the time you'll see something hard because that's what the player is stuck on. And I think that's kind of created an environment where people have been discouraged from creating things that are more in the pocket of difficulty that they want to. It's created an environment where the hard makers kind of stick around because they want to soak up airtime, and or because they just feel like it's a welcoming environment. Whereas traditional makers kind of wonder if Twitch is really the right place for their stuff, and honestly, it's really kind of nice to have a break in pacing. But then, I mean, I tend to play quite a bit of variety, I guess, and whereas some people have very strict rules about, like, okay, no Kaizo, or no troll, or no puzzle, or whatever, you know, I'll generally take a look at most things that are giving me something to look at when it comes to design. Clear rates could be 0.5%, or they could be 70%. Lupin Snoop, you might swap away your tilde instead? Yeah, I guess if you're not using it as a push to talk or something. That seemed to be what I often used it for, unless it was some other kind of escape key, giving me access to a command line, perhaps. Waffle Fries, personally find it entertaining watching someone else struggle against the same thing you had to do to upload it. Yeah, that's definitely a style as well. I mean, within reason. I mean, I often have people who come in and say, I spent 6 hours clear checking this level, and it's usually some kind of, you know, super pixel precise dodging thing where it's not like it's something that you can really beat with technique so much. You kind of just need to re-roll until you get a good attempt. And when that happens, it's not so interesting. When it is difficult for reasons of, you know, design that's kind of fun to play with, that's much more interesting. And yeah, because it still does have to be fun, and Often just something that's fun to watch as well as to play. Those two things are interrelated, I think. Oh, that's a neat little water segment. Take me through here. Oh wow, that was almost a snipe. But yeah, I mean, this is a big game. Lots of different styles, lots of different preferences from different players, but I think it becomes concerning when, you know, certain styles of makers begin to feel unwelcome or feel driven out, and then that's when the game starts to die off a bit, right? Because you just have it narrowed down to a very small community within the community. And right now, I don't think that's happening. I think it's still in a very healthy state in terms of the variety of experiences people get out of this. Like, you'll have people who focus on multiplayer, you'll have people who, for whatever reason, want to inflict endless on themselves. And you have people who kind of specialize in genres of viewer levels, but I sort of think it's important to have a lot of diversity in design that, you know, should make what you think is fun to play and what follows your principles of what you enjoy in games. Yeah, I don't know really much about Geometry Dash. I have had makers come here who were really into Geometry Dash, but I don't know anything about it on the community side. Anyway, nice level. Lots of really kind of interesting moments in terms of swapping between the water half and the forest half. I think quite often, like, it definitely felt like a level that's very much an exploration experience, and that often I was not thinking about a specific path forward, but was more just kind of engaging with the space in front of me, moment to moment. And sort of interesting check with that saw blade at the very end, too. Yeah, generally a pretty good-looking level, I think. Comfy Swamp Fields describes it pretty well. A couple of little hidden locations. I don't think I ever saw the Cloud Stack location on the left. Oh, no, I did, when I was very early into that first attempt, because I came back down from the clouds up in Coin Heaven. Or in Quasi Coin Heaven. So yeah, kind of neat. I feel like I might have only seen a fraction of what was going on in the water world. But there was a secret to the left of the clouds. Yes, I see that on the screen now. I didn't go far enough to see that because I just followed the arrow and thought that was over, and I went straight down. But I totally see that on the previous screen. Yeah, thank you for that. I certainly think it is hitting its intended style pretty well. Yeah, I mean, I think some people who look at a level like that will think, especially when they get into the water segment, that they don't have enough directedness when it comes to design, but honestly, I don't mind that. I think for something that's at a traditional level of difficulty, like, you really don't need things to be excessively linear. Honestly, a lot of water zones kind of favor a bit of exploration anyway, or a bit of poking around left to right. Anyway, Waffle Fries, you were saying you made some levels in your day. Oh, in Geometry Dash, you mean? I see. So anyway, thank you for that, Virtual Gumbo. And I don't think I had seen an earlier version of that. At least I don't remember doing so. So hopefully that was a useful test. And so yeah, you did warn me, Waffle Fries, that you had made something where you find it entertaining watching somebody else struggle with the same thing you had to do to upload it. So no hints, you want to see my thought process. Okay. Yep, that's what I provide on this stream. I do that quite regularly. People who do puzzly or trolly stuff seem to get some value out of that. I see uh-oh, and I see a clear rate of 0.5 on what is supposedly puzzle solving, but of course first clear by Dr. Hazar, who is a pretty experienced streamer in his own right. Just check the list quickly. This is the last one. Okay, so we'll be using this as the stream closer. I doubt I will have time for anything else after, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, no hints, as long as, you know, we're not stuck for half an hour on, like, a really specific movement thing, like with the Yoshi level earlier today, then I think we can do with no hints. I've seen something similar to this. I have definitely seen something similar to this. I wonder if it was an early version from you or something else. I'm obviously not supposed to be able to reach the flagpole, am I? Except these are activated kind of by proximity, and so I'm going to activate these guys. And then... let's see, how did I hit that switch the last time? Kind of needed full momentum, didn't I? Hang on just a moment. Build up momentum from over here. And then, because of the on-off switch, they all move to the left. And you also have the blaster that is pushed in such a way that obstructs the flag. Okay. I see a bunch of bricks above me, but they're all obstructed by ground, so that's not going to be it. It's taken from a larger level of yours, and you turned it into its own level. Yeah, because I recognized its initial setup, and I think I might actually have played your other thing that this was built around. It seems like the thing I should be doing is I should let the Koopas come over, and I should kill them when they are on top of the on-off switch. It's going to be a very precise timing, though. Like, basically, I want them to scroll to the left, and I want to kill them on the dotted line stack. I think it's feasible to do it this way. Yeah, I beat it the bullet hell way. That's right, that's right. I didn't do it this way in spite of the fact that the record time obviously made it feasible. Because there was the alternate path. I kind of remember that. Let's not go straight for it. Let me activate these initially first. I wanted to activate initially. And then I need to account for the fact that the conveyor belt is pushing back. That's going to affect my first jump here. Yeah, because I want to build up enough speed to hit the on-off while the Koopas are on top. It is like catching the sword with your palms. That's a very good comparison. Have to. It's very risky, but I think it's the approach. I don't see an alternative. I think you have to kill them that way. Yeah, and I have to get back there faster. So it is kind of a timing window check, too. See if I can do it. Almost there. Almost. I was a little bit slow on that, but it's a little bit difficult to gauge that because I don't exactly know how fast I'll be moving. Okay, that's going to unstack, but then I'm just dead. However, if it unstacks on the top corner, that doesn't really do anything for me. Okay, do I want to stay low or go high? Stay low. Yeah, if I stay low, then that should work. I'm pulling back a little bit too much on that second jump up to the switch. Yeah, if I stay low, I should usually be able to dodge the first shot. That's... Okay, not like that I won't. Okay, no, going too high. Okay, we'll just try to time this out. Yeah, that's not going to be it. I think this should be the right method, though, right? I don't really see an alternative to it with the way everything is gated in. Like, that's the right timing, I just don't have the right height. Because I really do need full speed without cutting back at all in order to land that. Okay. I mean, if we see some alternate method, that'd be useful to know, but at this point I think it should be the right approach. One thing I may do is pop out just to see record time on this, but record time was 11 seconds. I think this is correct. Okay. And I can also see why it might be a pain to clear check, even if you do know exactly what the intended timing is and what to do. Yeah, once again, not enough momentum. Yeah, it's not really a puzzle, it's more of a one-room challenge, so it's not going to be one of those things where it's, you know, a puzzle where you lose a lot of attempts just to doing the thing. I mean, it's a one-step process where you lose a lot of attempts to doing the thing. Whoops. Yeah, still cutting back momentum too much. Really do need to go for it all the way. And that's assuming that I understand momentum on the blue track properly. I need to build up tons of speed there. Yeah, still having some trouble positionally. Okay, maybe I need to rethink where I'm initiating the run. Instead of going straight off the part on the left side, but I feel like I fundamentally have the right approach, though. It's just that I don't have the timing that's being prescribed. And I feel like that actually is the arc that I need. You know, just go straight forward, no holding back. Yeah, maybe just not enough run speed still. Where I need to build up more run speed and then kind of jump backwards or straight up towards the switch. Yeah, not quite. We'll see. I'm not going to put a great amount of attempts on this. I mean, I think I do have a general idea. And if it's just an accuracy check from there, then not much else I can really do to solve it, per se. But we'll see. It's a little bit difficult to gauge whether I will have the height to block sometimes, I think. But it is clearly dependent on my forward momentum and my speed, and so running against a blue conveyor is fine. It's just that there is some kind of timing adjustment I need to make there, and I don't know if my takeoff point is what I need it to be. Because you see how when I'm going in too early, I actually am slowing down before I do the jump. When I slow down, I don't have to hike to reach the switch. So yeah, I'll see if it's possible to make any better adjustments to get this working. I mean, this is pretty obviously supposed to be the method, though, right? Can't really see it being anything else. Okay. Nope. That would have been too early regardless. We'll see. I'll put in a few more attempts to see if there's any kind of additional adjustment we can do with the timing. But if it's purely an accuracy thing where we have the right idea, and perhaps the only idea correct already, then I don't really see what else there is for me to do with it, other than just trying to learn how to jump off the belt. Let me see if an edge jump here can actually reach. No, it can't. Yeah, I do have to go down low. I absolutely do have to get on the belt, but being one tile lower, I just need full speed. And, yeah. I don't have the luxury of hugging the wall like I've been doing. Oh, wait, you mean it's possible to go off the ledge? Yeah. I mean, edge jumps are not something I can really do, so. But we can try to charge that up from all the way to the left, since that's going to be my position anyway. Yeah, that's very pixel precise. Because I can see the on-off block is placed just too far to the right. Make that feasible. I certainly wouldn't be able to do that on a reliable basis when everything else around it is time sensitive. I feel like maybe I need to let the mechas activate and go. I need to think about the timing method differently. Maybe I should trigger them to fire first. Trigger them. Nope, not what I wanted to do. Like, trigger them to fire without hitting the switch. Go back. Hit the switch with a slightly different timing. And then rethink how I approach them. Like, you know, I could kind of go a little bit to the right of the gate and or swing around to the switch, but okay. Try to activate everything. Yeah, because then the idea would be that I sort of stay slightly ahead of them, going right to left. That might be a slightly better approach. I don't know if that 11-second timer tells me anything about whether that approach is feasible, but the idea would be that I stand on this square here. That's the activation range. And then I go left or right with them before they fire the second round. But I don't know if I can build up enough speed. Okay, let's try this again. Activate all 5. activate all 5. Activate this. And that gives me a bit more of a safety zone in terms of figuring out how I'm going to hit the switch the second time. So why don't we activate? Then I have theoretically a little bit more room to change my position. Except, of course, that you have the reversal of the belt in the middle, and maybe that's important, that I should be thinking about what happens once I reverse the belt. And take advantage of that. Slot in the middle. Actually, no, the belts are all going in the same direction, so never mind. A slot in the middle doesn't actually make any difference. But if I wanted to change my approach, I would be mostly keen on changing where everything is being activated relative to the firing time of the mechas. That doesn't look like it'll have enough reach. I kind of need to start from the left side of that belt. Yeah, I didn't want to get on the ledge on the left side. I wanted to stay on the blue belt. Okay. Yeah, I really do need to build up a full meter on that dash, or nothing is going to happen. That looked like it was almost it. Needed a little bit more belt time. Yeah, too late. I can get that jump down just slightly earlier. Maybe this is doable. Okay, just kind of totally flubbed that. Well, I'm fairly satisfied with solving roughly the thing I'm supposed to do, though, which is clearing the stack. But you know what? If they activate while they're on belt, like watch this, they're going to activate. No, they keep moving, as they would. Static objects. I don't know why it looked like they were being fixed in place. Okay, just a few more attempts and then we'll probably have to call this. Yeah, I don't want to go that far to the left. I want to stay on the belt. They stop on a block under the flag. Oh yeah, that's right. Because of the way that it overlaps with the conveyor, the block would take priority. Right, and then they walk over. That was a mistake. You go immediately, it lines up the timing. Like that, yeah. Yeah, I just don't have momentum for that. But I guess it's kind of a weird jump arc where I need to build up enough speed to reach the height that I need, but I also need to pull back like crazy in order to hit the target when I'm right beside the Koopa stack. really getting that reach. Let me take a look at the map as well as the designer clear time. 11 seconds there as well. Pretty much exactly Dr. Hazar pulled off, and that's pretty much all there is to it, so. Yeah, I think I have the right idea for it, but I don't really feel close at all in terms of figuring out what the intended jump would be in order to build momentum. It feels like I should stay on the blue conveyor belt when it is blue and build up meter the whole way and then just kind of jump straight up from there. Because when I dash over from the spaces to the left, the ground spaces to the left, I'm falling in a little too far on the belt. And yeah, I need to jump as soon as I touch the blue conveyor, possible in 7 seconds, yeah. Well, let's try the blue conveyor one more time and try to get that timing down, because yeah, I am clearly late on something. Yeah. I think I'm pulling back and I shouldn't be. That's the issue. And it's clear from that attempt that I do need to pull back on a jump. Whoops. Controlling its horizontal spacing is necessary. And I need to kill them, and so that's not going to work either. That was just bad timing. So for the first time, I actually did manage to hit them on the switch. So that's a new development. And also, when I sent the Koopas back that time, after I hit them on the switch, they were trapped by the blaster on top of the flag. Okay, so we have new material here, finally. Bear sucks my momentum, or I need to jump off the ledge. Yeah, and we were saying earlier that the ledge jump is not the best idea. Well, I did finally manage to hit that switch, it's just that I hit it too early. Didn't manage to get the kill. Yeah, because the conveyor basically resets your momentum and forces you to rebuild it from scratch, right? That's the thing we're having trouble manipulating here. Yeah. No, I don't think I can do it. But thank you for that anyway. I guess this time I'm being tested on whether I can do this segment specifically. But I knew there was a reason last time when you had the doubled version of this that I just wound up finding the easier route, or rather the other route to be much easier. Even though I remember thinking when I played that last one that I saw the clear time on it, and realizing that this segment that you've copied over here is possible. Thanks for sending it. Really did crash against it, but I think we were sort of reasonably close, and I feel satisfied with figuring out what's supposed to happen, even if the execution didn't come together. We'll just mark that as a loss. And thank you, as always, for submitting. That is going to be the last thing that we run today, so thanks for watching. Fewer levels will hopefully return soon. We've been doing them Tuesdays and Thursdays in this time slot. And hopefully I'm able to bring back one of the late time slots as well, but Saturday will be the backlog stream. Hopefully. Assuming there are no changes, there might be a change to the schedule. But anyone who wants to keep posted on that can refer to the Discord. So in the meantime, I am going to look around for a raid. Usually somebody with an open viewer queue in Maker 2, but that can change from time to time. So stick around for a minute. We'll find somebody interesting to pass you on to. And thank you so much for queuing and watching other levels and submitting your own playtests throughout the session. And yeah, we'll see you soon. That will be all for me. See you at our next destination, and fare thee well.